I was asked to start at 9:10 because it took a bit of time for people to find their way. I just heard from Norbert his story and how long it took to get here. So yeah, come in. I think they also had a difficulty finding their way. So welcome. There are some seats here in front as well. I think it's nice to see you all here. Grounding Citizen Science in Research Institution, Science with and for Citizens. That is the title of today's conference. My name is Sabine Wildevuur. I'm Director of DesignLab here at the University of Twente and also the Project Coordinator of INCENTIVE. And the people who are familiar with European projects knows that we talk in abbreviations. So if you look at the program, maybe you think, what are they talking about? It's like the institutions that are not called University of Twente but UT. So if there are questions, and we used to talk in deliverables in D2.1 and T4.3. So if we use any of this language and you are thinking like, what are they talking about? Please let us know. Today is a joint initiative. So we have both the European project TIME4CS and INCENTIVE here. This is also kind of trial and error. It seemed to be a good idea to join forces, but now we had a very busy schedule over those days. I will tell a bit more about it. But it's really nice to bring the people together, because I think that's what we need to do in European projects as well. To make sure that we have impact, and we have impact if we are with more people as well. It's not moving, but
we have technicians.
Yeah.
The keypad.
Just use the... Op the laptop.
Oh yeah. Okay. I believe that that means that I keep standing here, but maybe a short introduction of the people who are not familiar with the University of Twente. I heard already people really enjoy this campus. I think it's the only real campus in the Netherlands. Very green, in between two cities, and we are a technical university. But a university with what we call a human touch. So the great thing about the University of Twente is that we have both. We have technical science, but also the social sciences. And specifically in the field of citizen science, it's really important to have both. We have been nominated or called the most entrepreneurial university in the Netherlands. So that means what we do, and you saw it when you were walking through this corridor, there are a lot of startups as well. So that's what we're trying to do, be entrepreneurial, bring it out, and so take the step also to society. And that's of course what we need to do within citizen science as well. And working with society is what we have to do, of course. We are international oriented as well. And if we look at DesignLab, and normally you would enter from the other side, so that's why it's difficult to find your way. But there is reconstruction taking place, so if we hear some drilling, you know that that's because of the renovation. That means that we have to enter from the other part. But if you enter there, you enter in a big space. There is also time to take a tour. We have our dream teamers, our students here, who can guide you around. And it's a student-driven place. So they take care that it's open in the morning, they do their projects, they close, they make sure that everything is well arranged. You can recognize them in the green t-shirt, so you see already one of the dream teamers in the back of the room. And if we look at DesignLab, we started 8 years ago as a place that connected different faculties. We have 5 of them here at the university. We have different institutes. We are like international recognized in development of battery, nanotechnology, a lot of other very high-tech stuff. And what we try to do as DesignLab is to connect the different faculties and the institutes with the outside world and the other way around. Of course they do that within the faculties as well, but we try to work in a transdisciplinary manner, so not only between the disciplines but also with society. And so that is the core aim so to speak. So we collaborate, we experiment, it's really a place to experiment. We developed our own approach, the responsible futuring approach, that is based on a lot of design research principles. And it's both for research and educational purposes, and try always to have societal impact. And if possible, tangible societal impact. So you see workshops here as well. We can do and make everything here in this, at this venue. And we focus on health innovation, I will tell a bit more about that, but also climate resilient, digital society. So we have different focus points. This is our team, I think it was last summer or the summer before. We have, it looks quite huge, but we have a small team, and we try to collaborate with the researchers of the different faculties. Our DesignLab research fellows. We have the dream team, as I said, so that's also a big team of students. And maybe to have a bit of an overview of citizen science, because it's one of the pillars and it's based at DesignLab, and officially also since the beginning of this year. If we look back at the strategy of this university, then they looked ahead to 2030. And one of the things they initiated several shaping expert groups. And one of the shaping expert groups, which I had the pleasure and honor to lead, was on citizen science. So we had different topics, but citizen science was one. So what we did within this group is to see what is already happening in the university, outside the university, what could we do. And so we dove into that subject. And the kickoff was 2020, September 2020. So you can see how long it's developed. That was parallel with the INCENTIVE project. You will hear more about the INCENTIVE project in, after our keynote speaker. But the nice thing was that also the executive board decided at the end of last year that this is an important topic, and they supported the Citizen Science Hub as well. And one of the things we did was to kick off with the first global Citizen Science for Health conference. And I see people here who were here during the last days. We started already on Sunday with the Citizen Day here at U Park at the hotel. And so it has been an intense, well, for me it seems like weeks, to be honest. But it was great. So we didn't know what to expect when we started it, but we did this under the umbrella of INCENTIVE. And I think you can do this type of European projects on paper, theoretically, and not have a lot of activities. This was one of the activities that took place. We had more, we had 150 registrants, people who registered from all over the world, 100 abstracts that being more than 100 that were submitted, and 98 that presented during the conference. And we were in the building next door. Just a bit of a glimpse of how that looked like. So we had a lot of interactive workshop. And even this morning there was somebody in the lobby of the hotel from Austria who said, really great conference, and so nice that I could connect to people. And I think here as well, and we could have been here with only INCENTIVE or only TIME4CS, but of course what we need to do is connect and bring the field a step further. This is our president of the executive board of the University of Twente. He welcomed everybody, and I think it was important, and that's what I heard over the days, that it's also supported at the higher management level. And we have the luck that they are quite positive about citizen science within this university. But I heard over the last days that for some universities it's really difficult. So you can do it as a grassroots experiment, but if you don't get the management there, and I think TIME4CS will tell more about that as well, it just doesn't land, and it will stop at a certain moment. And this is one, I haven't seen Barend yet, but I think he will be there, one of our colleagues who's into the higher education part, because education, of course, is also important. How do we bring it into education, and how do we bring it into research? As I said, we call ourselves the entrepreneurial university, but we make the step to the first generation university, as we call it. So apart from education, research, and valorization, the fourth one is to link to society. But that means changes, and today is all about those changes. We have in the back of the room Michiel, who's doing the live cartoon. So we will give an impression of what is going on today, and we will show that at the end of the day. With that, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, and I'm very happy that Uta Wehn is here today with us. The last time I saw her was at the EXA conference in Berlin, and we were supposed to be on the same birds excursion that the EXA organized, but unfortunately it didn't work out. So happy to see you here. Uta is an associate professor of water innovation studies and head of the Knowledge and Innovation Studies Development Group at the IHE Delft Institute for Water Education. So she's really into water and citizen science. And that is based in the Netherlands. She is a social scientist from background, but she works at the crossroads of technology, science and innovation studies. She has a background in ICT, and at the beginning of her career she also worked as system programmer. Her work is at the intersection of data and knowledge co-creation, digital innovation and water and environment. She focuses on, I always like this word, dynamics, the social dynamics of innovation and how to harness digital transformation for participatory environmental governance and sustainable development. She conducted a lot of citizen science projects in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and she applied living lab principles and multi-stakeholder co-design methods that are user-centered within citizen science. So I would like to welcome you to the stage, Uta, under the title, Do Research Institutions in Europe Need Citizen Science?
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's wonderful to be here. This is a really nice conference, and I'm happy to be part of it. You see a request for actually sharing with us who you represent, whether you come from science, from the science field, whether you're here in your personal capacity as a citizen or something else. So while I start talking, it would be nice if you could fill in the Mentimeter, and we can come back to that.
Do we have a QR code for the Mentimeter?
Yes. That's the number up there. So it's 58718690. And maybe somebody from the team can come back with the results while I start talking. There's still some slides that are actually not mine, so I don't know if you want to take this back. I just paged through them. Right, so this is actually the start of my talk. I'm sure we come back to those Menti slides. Right, so Sabina, yeah.
Could it maybe be written on the flip chart?
Yeah. 58718690.
Yeah.
Also, you have to change the Mentimeter to audience page, because otherwise we're not able to get to the...
Yeah, so I hand over to the team for that part, because I'm not in control of those elements.
So the idea is that all people now participate, and we will see the results in real time appearing there.
Right,
Yeah, but we might have
We've already submitted.
Yeah, and it doesn't appear.
No.
You have to change this line.
But yeah.
Go to the next slide.
Yeah, but maybe we can start with the keynote and then we'll do the Mentimeter. She doesn't need it during the presentation.
Well, kind of, I do need it.
Oh, sorry.
Because, yes, you introduced me as a social scientist, and strictly speaking, when we ask a closed question, like this one, do research institutions in Europe need citizen science, the answer is yes or no. And if we all agree it's yes, we can go for coffee. I've heard it's really good. But I would, suggest we stick around before we go for coffee and just ponder that, some of us are really passionate about citizen science, we're very experienced with it, but that's not the case for everybody. So the assumption here is, with not having access to the Menti results, that there's probably good representation of what we call research institutions, people working in the production of scientific knowledge in a variety of institutes, at universities, at small institutes, such as the one that I'm based at. But we have different experiences with the success, indeed, with actually embedding citizen science in our own organizations. So just to start off with, let's also touch base a little bit on what we mean by citizen science, and I'm sure we could spend the entire morning discussing that, and we've worked as a citizen science community of practitioners on that to really drill down to the characteristics. One typology, of course, that's helpful is to take apart this notion that it's not only about data collection, involving people in data collection and data analysis, but actually, we see a variety of projects and dynamics, be they more collaborative in nature, increasingly allowing citizens in to the knowledge production process, or actually co-creating such projects with them, perhaps even in a bottom-up manner. But science-driven citizen science, if that's what we want to call some of it, is of course not the only form of citizen science. And for those of us who really come from research institutions, from the scientific field, that's something to bear in mind if it hasn't been part of our practice to actually explore some of these other practices. And to really appreciate the landscape of approaches that fall under the banner of citizen science, under this container term, I really like this typology by Schaefer and Kieslinger, which helps us to tease apart what's actually happening here. So on the vertical, we see that there's actually, at least two major knowledge producers, and it's no longer necessarily the case that science starts with scientists or researchers, but actually, we see at the top of that vertical scale, citizens equally maybe in the driving seat. And then on the horizontal edge, you see, well, why? What are they doing together? What is the main purpose of their interaction? And so we see, well, yes, of course, a scientific inquiry on the left is, prevalent, and we would expect that. But we also see to the far right, moving on that landscape, that there are initiatives that are actually far more action-oriented, really coming up with interventions, particularly in the socio-ecological environment, but also in the health sector, really changing the way people behave at the end of the day. And also then the educational projects fall somewhere in the middle of that vertical scale. So, who's in the lead in the knowledge production, and what's actually the purpose of that knowledge production, I think is really useful for us to bear in mind so we don't fall back to just simplistic notions. They say variety is the spice of life, and I think the same is true also in citizen science. We need to appreciate the diversity of approaches and the different purposes that they fulfill. Now, if you're a visual person like me, then you may like this illustration, which is based on the seminal paper of Kasparowski and Kulenberg, of course. What is citizen science? Is it a method for scientific inquiry? Is it a form of civic mobilization? Is it a form of public engagement or education of science? And here I've added this fourth bubble, which I think is also increasingly important, where we see it's no longer a dialogue or a change in relationships between scientists and citizens or science and society, but increasingly it gets closer and more interactive with the policy notion, with how we manage the environment, how we govern the environment, how decisions are taken. So reality is more complex, and we could again use this scheme to map various initiatives. Perhaps the most prominent example of this new form of participation in environmental governance and management are the citizen observatories that many of you are also working on, but of course not the only ones. So let's then take a step back to say, okay, why are we talking about this, and why are we talking about whether research institutions in Europe need citizen science? Some of us are old enough to remember the framework programs that came before Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. Don't worry, I won't be pointing at you. But what we've seen is a really major shift. The way in which research and innovation in Europe is being funded because of this basic understanding of the complexity of addressing societal challenges. That is the major shift between the 6th framework program, then Horizon 2020, and now Horizon Europe. Really this drive to say science as usual, business as usual is no longer enough to help us address societal challenges. And the societal challenges, the grand challenges under Horizon 2020 and the missions under Horizon Europe have of course slightly shifted but they really cover, you know, a vast array of challenges, be they climate change, be they health, be they soil, be they water, really everything we need to function, to continue function as healthy societies. And so the really good thing for those of us who are, you know, really proponents of citizen science, practitioners of citizen science in different fields, of course, think this is wonderful. And the conference here, you know, where these two projects celebrate their final event jointly, they were funded under the Horizon 20 calls Science with and for Society. That was, you know, a real major change of moving away from disciplinary silos to suddenly saying, you scientists from the different disciplines, you've got to work together. And so you needed to really find your feet in really interdisciplinary projects, but a very strong focus already started in Horizon 2020 on this notion of citizen science. Let's explore what it is and actually bring these elements closer. So we see this major shift, and we have also in the current calls then for Horizon Europe, of course, you know, well, the wind is with us, right? So here there are more calls almost that we have the capacity to absorb, you know, as a community of practitioners. And we see the similar thinking, of course, in the global scale. We have the Sustainable Development Goals, which, you know, some people say is the best social contract that society has so far come up to deal with these challenges. So it takes us out of the European bubble to the global stage. And also there, the thinking is the same. Business as usual, science as usual is just not going to cut it if we really want to continue to exist in a healthy world for generations to come. And some people would even go as far as saying, well, citizen science actually is the only way to achieve the SDGs. Now, to be debated, but nevertheless, you know, the enthusiasm is there, and the connection is there with, you know, the role that citizen science, this new way of engaging science, society, and policy is really something important. And UNESCO, you know, as the organization responsible within the UN system, amongst other things, of course, for science, was also put in charge of coming up with a recommendation on open science, and that was adopted in November 2021, so, you know, pretty much 2 years ago. And that in itself, of course, was a pretty good achievement, because as you might remember and imagine, when more than 190 member states get together to agree on definitions of what open science is, it's a process that takes a while. And at the same time, UNESCO was also trying to practice this in very open, transparent, inclusive ways. So, you know, all kinds of collaborations went on, consultations, regional consultations, etc. And at some stage, they found some of us and said, you guys, what's citizen science? Can we plug this in? And we said, no, that's not how it works. So we actually set up a global community of practitioners who pondered, you know, what is this connection between citizen science and open science, and we'd like to credit ourselves, even just a little bit, of having made some inroads in that whole dialogue, and we are quite happy, actually. I think we can be happy as a community of citizen science practitioners, that there is a very clear articulation of citizen science, of the various notions and aspects of citizen science, in 2 of the 4 pillars of what is the ultimate definitional part, let's say, of the UNESCO recommendation of open science. So we have the open engagement of societal actors and the open dialogue with other knowledge systems. These are really essential components also that we deal with, that we have strong feelings about in the citizen science community. And that's, of course, not to diminish the importance of open science infrastructures and open scientific knowledge in terms of data access, etc. But from the citizen science perspective, you know, we have to say we're the engine. We're the thing that actually, you know, makes open science open. So it provides actual meaning to this idea, to this movement of open science in the process dimension. And we again have a nice quote from our work in that global community of practice. While open science opens the door of academia to the world, citizen science invites the world in to experience science. Again, just one part of what we think about citizen science, but a really important part. So that's great. We have this recommendation. We have European funding. What's there to stop us? But of course, recommendations, have a certain weight in member states. But it's all about really the implementation at these different levels. So the recommendation has to make it into member states, has to be translated into national science policy, make that more open, or make existing open science policy even more open. And then, at the end of the day, also reach the research institutions and other parts of the knowledge system and the science system in the different countries. And so, of course, not only research institutions, particularly also organizations of civil society. But of course, today we focus especially on how we can ground citizen science in research institutions. So, if all is so good, why should research institutions, particularly in Europe, engage with citizen science? So, as I said, we have the wind behind us. It's all there. We can do science even better. Great. We have support. We have ways of connecting, and we can actually see this as ways of restoring trust, public trust in science. Within the digital age, we see that is often eroding fast, and what's fact and what's fiction and what's fake news. Is often also difficult to distinguish. But we also have to see that there's this whole shift happening for some organizations, whether they like it or not. So it's a real opportunity for particular research organizations to find their place within this transition, within this shift that is happening. And that's of course not easy. Many of us have experienced that citizen science is not only multi-actor, but actually multidimensional. Different thematic topics and disciplines have to come together. We work in an increasingly political space. We have to be inclusive. We have to make sure we don't marginalize communities. And we need to make sure we can sustain and support all these efforts financially. So as we now are so enthusiastic, of course there's a bit of a reality check to say, okay, right, so we already heard from Sabine, you're a shining example at Twente, but some of, other universities perhaps don't have the president, enthusiastic and behind, and various layers of management really buying into it and seeing this as the way of really working on societal impact. So there are some challenges to be faced. And at the end of the day, research institutions, just like other organizations, are made up of people. And organizations come with a certain level of complexity, and we can perhaps use a little scheme from organization science, what we also use very much in the context of international development, where we're actually trying to strengthen capacity at different levels and see how we can adopt changes, just like citizen science and the embedding of citizen science in research institutions is such a change. So we will consider at the very individual level competencies that people need, researchers, scientists, other team members. We also look at the capabilities of organizations, the buy-in of management, etc. But also organizations don't function in a vacuum, right? They function in a particular context, and sometimes that context is referred to as an ecosystem. I'll be coming back to that, whether that's a good label or not. Right, so let's start off with the people, right? So we heard that, and we know from our own experiences that there are many, change agents, individual people who are already very enthusiastic about it. So they may have, certainly, particularly the attitude, the motivation to do this, but quite a skill set is needed. And so we need to also think through of how we can actually make sure that a broader range of professionals within the research institutions have the right competencies to do citizen science in the various forms and the multiple skills they need, and that's actually part of what one might call their lifelong learning efforts. Citizen science practice is also not fixed, it's going to keep evolving, so we need ways of strengthening these competencies initially, but also over time. But the attitude component, the real willingness to be part of this, of course, is a really crucial one. And we need to figure out of how we can foster that and strengthen that. And particularly, as we saw earlier already, we're working in this multi-actor space increasingly. So that brings some particular challenges for people who perhaps have been trained or used to working in scientific practice that is less exposed to working with all these stakeholders and less experienced with building trust and overcoming skills levels and differences in power and authority of different actors that we suddenly bring together in different citizen science projects. We need to build trust, we need to align agendas, and how can we actually navigate these rather diverging interests that these different stakeholders bring to the room. And also, how, as I said before, how can we make sure that in our enthusiasm to practice citizen science, we don't end up always inviting the usual suspects, the people we've built relationships with, and actually end up marginalizing parts of society even further, inadvertently, but nevertheless. So these are really pertinent questions as we think of how can we really embed citizen science at the individual level. Moving to the capabilities of organizations. Organizations typically have certain procedures and routines. That's a good thing. But when they're stuck, and when they don't move, and when they don't change, then they become a limitation. So with citizen science, we're trying to change, nudge, move forward, adjust some of these procedures and routines. Again, we don't have to invent this as a field of citizen science practitioners. There's lots of management theories that can tell you a lot about it, but they will make it very clear that it's no mean feat. It's actually, a pretty important part of affecting change within organizations. But assuming that we have people on board, nevertheless, research institutions now need to figure out how can they organize themselves so that citizen science and this notion of open science really permeates the organization and doesn't get stuck in certain silos within the organization. They need to really make sure that that we find ways of promoting these new ways of working and promoting these practices. But of course, people function within organizations, that's where they learn, but that's where they earn a living, right? So that's why we have career paths, but we currently are dealing with incentive systems that are not always supportive of citizen science practices and don't appreciate the difficulties that are often involved. So how can we actually change those organizational structures within research institutions to make sure that they're actually supporting and enabling rather than holding back and creating barriers? And then, of course, we're talking about increasing interactions with society. So yes, we need, as research institutions, figure out ways of how we can build these relationships. Again, without creating new silos, but we need to have quite a new role within society and adopt that and accept that as organizations, and of course also make the right resources available for that. And overall really reach a certain level of organizational readiness as research institutions for citizen science. So moving on to the context, to the ecosystem within which research institutions do citizen science. I said perhaps the term ecosystem here could be questionable, and I say that because of course it's a term borrowed from ecology, and it's usually used with a very positive connotation. Right, okay, who are these other organizations that we can collaborate with? The ecosystem and ecological point of view is a fairly rough place. Right? It's full of competitors, it's survival of the fittest, it's not a harmonious and cozy space. And the same can be true, right, for when we look at it within the context of research, within the shifting relationship of science, society, and policy. So I'd really like to say, when we look at the ecosystem, let's realize that is not always the most comfortable space. And there are all kinds of policies and strategies and priorities that drive agendas, legal frameworks that can be either enabling or perhaps also not so. And there is infrastructure available to greater or lesser degrees, and generally resources, funding, but also human capital, etc. So we really need to figure out how research institutions can function within the perhaps not so enabling environment for citizen science. We need to also see how we can, within that ecosystem, indeed find ways of connecting with other citizen science practitioners. As I said, citizen science as a practice also is evolving, and we need to keep pace, and we need to be part of that evolution and feed it back into organizations and keep adjusting organizations also accordingly. And indeed, that important shift in the role of science in society, but also in policy, means that we are increasingly dealing with the role of citizen science or citizen science-involved science in policy making, in decision making, in processes that we can look at it as a huge opportunity. From the social sciences, the science policy interface has been studied and struggled with for years. This is a huge opportunity, but of course it also comes with uncertainties of how we really position ourselves, our research, our multi-stakeholder research with better embedded in society, but therefore also taken up and accepted and used in policy. Right, and then, things are a moving target. So as organizations, research institutions need to also have a certain radar on that context, on the changing ecosystem, and see what changes are coming their way, but also what influence they can have, perhaps as change agents within that ecosystem towards greater acceptance of citizen science within open science policy. So lots of questions, and they don't stop when we then consider how we put all these different levels together, from the individual, organizational, to the context within which research institutions function. So what are these transformations that we actually need across all these levels, and how can we align them across the different levels and best organize ourselves and make sure that we have reinforcing mechanisms and changes rather than blocking our journey. Does it work? Yes. So I wanted to wrap up with the fact that I've had the luxury of posing lots of questions, and so but we also here, of course, with a full day dedicated to finding some of the answers that the TIME4CS and the INCENTIVE project have worked so hard on to showcase how this can be done in different contexts, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to learn from those journeys and those practices and take them home and see what we can do within our own research organizations. Thank you so much.
Uta, thank you very much for your very comprehensive but still very hopeful lecture. I think that we have some questions from the audience because we still have 5 minutes left for questions. Are there any people who have questions to Uta? No questions to Uta? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have a question. Thank you very much for...
Bring your microphone, or Maya will bring your microphone.
Yeah, thanks very much for a great lecture and great introduction to this conference today. So, among the many challenges you mentioned, so I was wondering whether you would have any views on, how would we prioritize and what are sort of the greatest obstacles or challenges to be overcome in the near future. I mean, so thinking about what is really urgent to do and what can perhaps be postponed for when other things that fall into place.
That's sorry, that was just outside of the scope of my remit here. I was asked to present, the challenges, not the solutions. No, but having said that, I think, as I said, right, within the European context especially, the funding is better than ever. The appreciation within certainly at EU level, but also increasingly at national levels. I think the Netherlands is a shining example, just how many resources are being made available for this transformation. That's great. But we do need the absorptive capacity within the research organizations. Otherwise, this is going to come and go, and it's just going to evaporate because we can't deliver on that promise. So strengthening the competencies of individual researchers, but changing organizational structures, incentive systems, really going beyond the individual change agents within organizations to the permeation of this new way of working. Whether we subscribe to the notion that this is a new scientific paradigm, but something is definitely changing here. And so we need to strengthen that capacity, and I see it in my own organization equally. So I'm here also very keenly to learn from TIME4CS and INCENTIVE on how to really drive that change within research institutions.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Uta, for your talk. And you can see it's nice how you unravel everything we need to work on. It's quite a lot. I have a question on how to bridge, and I know you don't have the answer, but how to bridge the gap between policy and practice, because I know that a lot of people here are probably from the practical part in a way. They're doing citizen science. We had some funding agencies over the last days, they couldn't join today, I think. And also the EU policy makers, because it's their holiday today. But how can we make those steps? I mean, we can fight, we can do, but we need to bridge it. And I'm very glad that you're bringing the organizational studies in there, but it means we have so many disciplines and need to work on it.
Yeah. So luckily, I think the citizen science community globally, like that community of practice I mentioned, but of course there are many others in Europe, it's EXA with all these working groups. As a community of practitioners, we're actually fairly well organized, and we've seen that impact, both within the open science recommendation, within perhaps Europe, we can also claim some fame there. So there is increasing readiness for policymakers to actually take this on board and put also the funding, right? So the policy is great, but we need the funding to implement it, particularly when we talk about science policy. And we've had the opportunity to actually feed back also from the practice to say what the conditions are that we need. So separate pieces of work have also been done, some of you in the room, including involved, in actually saying what are the building blocks that policymakers need now to put that broad open science policy, that comes from UNESCO, into practice at national level and to put the funding in place. So I think what we need to do is to make sure to keep that channel of conversation open. We see that funders increasingly are sensitive. They realize, we are actually a fairly good source of information on this matter, right? We know what the struggles are for the uptake. So we see increasing readiness for the policymakers. And we need to make time and say, no, sorry, I'm busy writing a proposal right now, or I've got a deliverable, or during the final conference. It's always on top of everything else we have to do, which comes back full circle to say we need to strengthen the capacity in the field so that we can actually absorb and do the implementation. But I think that channel is open, but it's for us to keep it open and to inform as much as we possibly can of how they can meaningfully implement the policy.
Thank you very much, Uta. Another question? Yes, we still have time. Yeah, perfect.
We have time. Thank you for that excellent talk. On this, the middle piece of this story about embedding citizen science practices in research institutions, this embedding bit, I'm really appreciating what Sabina's pointing out about this role of the management level buy-in and the support from the top, and this picture of the university that's very entrepreneurial in nature. I'm coming from an institute that's probably the exact opposite end of the spectrum. And your own research institute, I think, occupies quite a unique space. My own sense, just from our work together over the years, is that it's quite embedded in the DNA of your institute. But can you share something about how these types of practices are getting that kind of recognition at your management level, the buy-in at the management level, the embedding aspects for yourself? Can you touch on them a little?
Well, you're touching on a very sore point, because I would actually say it's not well embedded in our own research organization. It's something I'm working on internally to say, for example, we do postgraduate education at MSc and PhD level, but yet citizen science, is not embedded in our curriculum. I can give a short course on it externally for professionals who come to our institute for 2-3 weeks, but it's not yet part of the curriculum, because of certain decision-making structures that decide on what should be on the curriculum. And we need to see how can we make that curriculum actually be more demand-driven. Right? Perhaps right now it's not sufficiently demand-driven. So I'm afraid I'm not here as representing an institution that's a shining example. I'm here to learn from others in that respect, and know certainly it's a lot of lobbying, education, awareness raising within our own organization. People like to see the funds that I bring in for citizen science, but to actually absorb the practice and the lessons learned and the connections that brings within the field is a work in progress also at IG.
Last question for you.
Probably not a question. Thank you very much for your presentation, and to be honest, a
lot of these issues. You're right, we have the wind in our sails, and it's not only about citizen science, it's about public engagement in research, and coming from the Science Shop network, from one Science Shop, and we've been working hard on getting this into the European policy papers for more than 20 years now, and it's a success what we see. But what struck me, besides thinking that citizen science is an artificial term, like bioeconomy or whatever, and this of course brings problems with it, routines and procedures was one of your keywords. And I experienced in discussions with other universities that even if you have the decision making from the top management of the university on your side, with the vice rector on societal engagement, it was all blocked through routines and procedures by researchers and other assistants in the university, so it faded away. Yeah, so it's not just the decision level you need, and just thinking about how many teachers and lecturers do you have at the university? And 9,000, 12,000, even more. And when you talk about skills improvement and embedding citizen science in teaching, how many teachers do you have to teach at one university? And then you think about the number of all universities. So there are a lot of things to discuss how to put that in, but definitely thank you very much for the presentation.
Shall we start trying again the Mentimeter? I'm looking in the back room. Yeah. Okay, here we see.
We can go to see also the first question. If it hasn't been answered.
Let's see. Here we see. 11. Okay. It's still changing. We see that, from the people who answered the question, we see we have 11 people from science, 2 citizens and 6 other, so maybe from governmental organizations in the room. I see other is growing, so that's good. So it gives a bit of a perspective on who's in the room, who's presenting. Is that also the online people who are involved? Yeah, we have around 15 people online, Maya? Yeah. Well, 2 citizens, that's something, but it's a start. Yeah. Shall we move to the next question? Okay. Do research institutes need citizen science public engagement? Well, one person said maybe, maybe not. Maybe a little more confidence after the presentation of Uta. Most of the people think that citizen science is important for research institutes and that we need that. It was the third poll already. Who comes from? Well, that's interesting. I thought that there would be mainly people from projects, but what we see is that we have more people outside the TIME4CS and INCENTIVE project than people from the projects. That's interesting. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we now move to the starting the project members sharing their results from the last years and also sharing lessons on how the grounding of citizen science in the research institute took place, what we learned. And we start, I think, with Alessio or with Maya. Maya. Yes, thank you very much. Go ahead, baby.
And I'm the lucky one with all of the technology working. So, thank you for all being here. I see a full room in front of me. In the coming 20 minutes or so, Alessio and I will explain to you what our lessons learned were. Like we're from the 2 projects that are celebrated here, as Uta put it nicely. So let's show you what we have learned over the 3 years. So actually, actually, I think Alessia and I both like this visual very much. It was also made by Michiel, who's also here in the room. Michiel, you may remember this one. So it started with a dream, actually, of building the bridge between science and society. And to actually have these citizens really be involved in science to restore faith in science. So that's very much also this responsive reach and innovation elements that was brought in both the two projects. Building the bridge over, for example, fake news and other phenomena in society that people actually have lost faith in. And remember, the two projects actually started in COVID times. So actually it was very urgent. So Michiel made this drawing also during one of our meetings, because this was what we started with. And Alessia, this was also the case for you. So we started with the common dream. And then we start traveling into this new era, taking different modes of transport in order to move to values and those nodes actually of the future that we were aiming to reach in both the two projects actually. So their science, their citizens, as you see, we're still in different aeroscapes, but we are heading into the right in a similar direction. And well, I guess it has been mentioned already before quite often. Why is it that we should involve citizens? Well, I think most of us are strong believers in this, isn't it? So in a way, it's an easy show, I guess, for us to explain this. In INCENTIVE, we have used the concept of the Citizen Science Hub, in which we actually wanted to facilitate the citizens knocking on the door, or maybe actually a little bit of the other way around, like us scientists also being very eager to also interact with society. Like you have all these societal issues happening. Citizens are in the midst of this. So like this is where any help, any new insights, any new knowledge and data is urgently needed. So yeah, it's also the citizens willing to participate. We see that also many of you also are coming from different backgrounds, not only academia, luckily. It's not only us sort of internally, it's very much also the outside that is willing to join the bridge, walking the bridge. So that's, I guess, the common dream that both the two projects started with. And let me take a few more slides to show you what INCENTIVE was about, so the project that I know best. INCENTIVE was bringing 4 universities together. You can see them here nicely in the map. All corners of Europe. We were in the south, we were in the east, we were in the north, and in the west. As you can see here. And actually what we did is testing the concept of citizen science hubs, so institutional adaptations in order to accommodate working with citizens, working with society. So that's what we did. So this is our mission, actually, establishing citizen science hubs in European research performing and funding organizations, in short, universities. In our case, we were 4 universities, but this was piloted. Really to have them driving institutional change and to ground responsible research and innovation in society. That was the mission that brought us together in INCENTIVE. And this is very much in a nutshell. There's too much text. This is in a nutshell actually what we did. So it was very much about these hubs that we were establishing in the 4 universities. And to very much also closely monitor what was happening. So we also piloted them. We had several types of activities, and they were closely monitored, like is it working out? And this is also being presented to you later today. So I think that was a very cautious decision in a way. So piloting this in very different environments and try to find out what works best. There will be methodological guides made on this, so that they can also be replicated in many other universities. So I'm looking forward also very much to hear also from you what you think about this. And with this, Alessia, I'm almost to your part. This is, I think, also a picture of, like Uta already nicely said, like organizational people. Also, these projects are also people. What you see here is a couple of very local people. Some of you might even recognize some faces. Very local people. We were lucky to receive some funding from the province, from the regional authorities, to fund also small projects between citizens and scientists. So this is a picture of them together, smiling faces at the start. There's really a small project, like a couple of thousands of euros, but that's what we're going to do in the coming 2 years, working together. And again, we will closely monitor the process, see how it works, get lessons out of it, and also try to bring it forward as a new way of working together. And with this, I would like to hand over the microphone.
Thank you.
Maybe I don't need the microphone, right? Can you hear me from the back?
It's for online people, Alessio, sorry.
Okay, so I need the microphone.
You need it.
Let's start it again. I need the microphone, so hello everyone, I'm Alessio Spera from the Italian Agency for the Promotion of European Research. I am the project coordinator of TIME4CS together with my colleague Claudia, who's sitting over there. So, as Maya was saying, we try to keep this presentation quick and easy, right? Just to give you a little bit of taste of the projects, and then every point we are touching through the presentation would be basically brought over here, and it will be subject of the coming sessions. So here's TIME4CS Consortium. Again, flagship partners, I would say, a good geographical distribution across 9 European countries. And basically our main objective has been to support and facilitate the implementation of sustainable institutional change within RPOs, within universities, to implement citizen science as a research methodology mainly in the long term. And we did it basically with this simple concept you see over there. So our partners are mainly divided into front runners, which are experienced with a long-lasting experience in citizen science, and implementers. So other universities with less experience in citizen science, but keen to learn more and to implement it in the long term. These two different kind of partners are constantly interacting and mentoring each other, learning one through another, and we did it through tailor-made roadmaps for implementers, and with the support of front runners along the 3 years, the implementers grown and grown towards the implementation of citizen science. And this was basically our skeleton, let's say. We knew that institutional change is something requiring a long time, huge efforts, and so on. And we defined 4 areas of intervention, which are research, education and awareness, support resources and infrastructure, and policy and assessment. For each of them, grounding actions were defined. Basically, as you can read from the examples, grounding actions are concrete actions to be performed by implementers' organization to achieve institutional changes in the long term. All these actions were part of the tailored roadmaps made for implementers. But we'll talk more about this in a minute. Another main, let's say, too many. Okay, outcome, but at the same time, basic awareness for our project was that institutional changes need to be seen as a transformation. Again, a long transformation, which we defined in 3 main steps as a model, but we talk about this later with our colleagues from UCL. And this is a kind of model of institutional transformation divided into beginning, halfway, and integration. Along these 3 phases, many things can happen, many conditions have to raise, and the different combination of those conditions can vary and achieve different results in this transformation. During the years, of course, we have gone through a lot of activities, a lot of things happening, and we have tools, resources. There's a lot of stuff out there from both projects. We are not going into details for each of them, but actually, I don't know if you realize already, but if you look at the back of your pages, you have a QR code, which is a micro website, let's say, with a collection of all resources of both projects. You just need to go there, save this website in your bookmarks, and then you go over it in a later stage, maybe while you're traveling back home, why not? And in the bottom left corner, you'll see one of those training resources which came out in the form of webinars, joint webinars mainly with INCENTIVE. This is one of the main part where our journeys came together, and everything is online as well. We have networking resources and so on and so forth. Coming back at these parallel journeys that still are complementary and came together for real at once, We have been recently in September in Brussels for a policy roundtable hosted by IREA, so it was a European Commission level event. So number of people increased from the previous picture. The first one was just a couple of them that, if you look at this, we are both consortium together. And in terms of lessons learned, main findings, let's say, when we drafted this presentation with Maya, we had to pick something because there was not enough space, not enough time to put everything in here. So we chose some of them. And here you can see like 3 from TIME4CS and 3 from INCENTIVE, but we can look at them in a comprehensive way. So we were talking about, if you look at the first line, we were talking about, Uta was mentioning before, the importance of both organizational and individual approaches and so on. And here you find it, we found it as well in practice, working with implementers and implementers of organizations, the relevance of both top-down and bottom-up approaches, which is exactly what we were talking about before. On the other side, INCENTIVE, working on grounding citizen science in 4 different national contexts, as Malia was saying, from south to north, from west to east. They found out and faced variations in different aspects. So from a rule perspective, from appreciation in terms of researchers' appreciation and so on, and from the perspective of stakeholder engagement. On the other side, another lesson learned is that it's important to see institutional change as something made of many different aspects. For example, in TIME4CS, we identified 11 main conditions. Again, this will be subject of one of the sessions that combined can lead to institutional change. And participation of citizens in science, as found out by the INCENTIVE, required to build on something that is already happening at the same time. And this is very important. Last but not least, the importance of co-creation, let's say, and of context-related activities and resources, from roadmaps to action plan, grounding actions. And as you can see, same from INCENTIVE, because the co-creation phase of citizen science hubs required the engagement of stakeholders in the whole ecosystem, and from the very beginning. So this can be seen as our 3 main pillars through our journeys. And I think over to you, Maya, for the last conclusions.
Yeah. And I think I'm actually following this view. So some joint conclusions, again, also tip of the iceberg, I guess there's much more, but just some highlights. How to ground, I think, Margaret, this was also your question, isn't it? How to then do it? Well, how to ground citizen science at universities. We see that citizen science may be impactful on society, but faces many challenges in demonstrating its value and being institutionalized. So we might all appreciate it, yes, but actually how to make it happen, of course, is another story. I think, Norbert, this is also your point. Citizen science thrive in an ecosystem, so Uta very much thinking also of presenting these layers here. And we feel that very much infrastructural initiatives such as a Citizen Science Hub are something of a method that also helps very much in make this happen. It needs to be connected to this ecosystem, so we have to position it in this ecosystem. And to promote citizen science awareness and share experiences and making science more relevant, actually also convince that science actually is also useful for society. Like, isn't it? We have to cross this bridge. So we also need to, also move to society and explain what we do better. And also prove what works by paying more attention to monitoring and evaluation. Really also show what you do, but also make it explicit. We have had very nice sessions. Ellie, I remember you explaining also to like the 4 universities together what actually was analyzed from our actions, and actually the impact was much deeper than sort of superficially we understood as participants or organizers. So I think that's very important. And also some action points. This is more practically, I guess, a little bit more of a sort of a to-do list. Work in progress still, but this is something for you also to digest on this travel home, I guess. So engage their stakeholders from the beginning. We have, clues and directions and tools to support you in this. We have been doing this in parallel together. So that's there for you also to work on, to find out. And also to collect feedback and opinions. This is also relates to this monitoring process also. Make sure that also you understand what is happening also at your activities and what your stakeholders also very much appreciate. Also be very explicit about awareness raising. This is what we have found out. It took us, I guess, almost 2 of the 3 years actually, was this awareness raising. Among citizens, among scientists also, particularly also among scientists. A sustainability plan, so make sure that you have options to follow up, because it should not end only with this particular project, so work on sustainability. In the case of INCENTIVE, we really have explicit sustainability plans. I think this is similar also to our sister project. Yes, and citizen science champions, so those researchers and maybe also some of these people from society, really embrace them, give them also a role in that process that really works. Training, it was mentioned several times also before and also now. Training actually as a way also to increase this awareness, but also making sure that people in general have also directions and can act also on when they have become aware also that they know also how to follow up, but you can help them also and they know what to do. And then multidisciplinarity, well actually I think in DesignLab here we very much even believe in transdisciplinarity, so make sure that you bring all those disciplines and all those different backgrounds together. Because only then, you really find solutions that are working for society. And very much also learn from others. So we've had a fully dedicated class to mutual learning, making sure that there's always this interchange of knowledge and lessons learned. And with this, I guess, Shanina, we are closing off. This is our really final slides. Handing over the microphone to you.
You have 2 microphones, I guess.
Yeah, we have 2 microphones. Perfectly in time. We still have time for a question for Maya and Alessio.
Yes, thank you for your talk. Very informative. My name is Goya. I'm a complete layman, to be very honest, and I'm very interested in how this collaboration between INCENTIVE and TIME4CS came about. Because I get that you want to connect multiple organizations to work on the same and in that way be more effective, say. But how did this co-creation between INCENTIVE and TIME4CS came to be, and what process did you follow in that? And am I asking this to the right person? Or?
Or we can take notes.
Yeah. Okay. No, it should work. Okay. I can go first. I will start from the practical side, let's say. So the very practical answer is that both projects have been funded under the same call. So that's the starting point, of course. So collaboration was already there, let's say, from the beginning. Of course, similar structures, similar objectives, and so on. And then, as we were trying to say with Maya, they were kind of like parallel journeys that at a certain point we really committed to merge together, and we were lucky as well because we also had some partners in common between the two consortia, and then basically it was natural working wise because we had to do some activities, and the first thing that came to our mind was we have a sister project, a real sister project over there. Let's ask them, let's see if we can do them together. And the first big thing we did together was this series of webinars that we had to do. It was something like, 10 webinars in 10 months or so, something even less, I don't know. And it was like, again, supernatural, because when we looked at the activities we were supposed to do and knowing each other, it was like, okay, we have to do these webinars. Is it fine for you as well? And from the other side, you just received sure, we have to do the same thing. Let's do them together. Let's try to build an even bigger community around. Let's put forces together. Let's do this. And starting from there, we kept going until basically today. And that was amazing. Also, to share efforts doing things and seeing how, like, when we were preparing this presentation again with Maya, both of us had, you know, the stock presentation. There was an incentive stock presentation and there was a TIME4CS stock presentation, and we had to put them together. It took us like 10 minutes or so, like
Really?
to
Took
see.
you 10 minutes?
We were like in this meeting and we were like, okay, but this point is like perfectly matching with mine. Or these other activities, we can match them together easily. We can do 3 bullet points on the left, 3 bullet points on the right, and that was it, basically. So this is my point of view, Maya. I don't know if you want to add something.
Totally different story.
Yeah, it took me 3 hours to do the presentation.
I see some other hands for questions.
Hello. If I look at see your presentation and compare that with the one of the first one, of the key speaker, where of the 4 dimensions now the grounding actions have been focused? I read method, engagement, mobilization, and participation, which is needed. But it seems to me that in the summary, only part of that is touched upon.
Okay, you mean in the summary of the intervention areas, the one I showed before, and grounding actions that, yeah, didn't match with apparently. Well, my opinion is not exactly like that, because the 4 intervention areas have, of course, okay, have, of course, some specific focus, let's say labels, so research, education and awareness, and so on. But the grounding actions themselves, which are not, of course, only the ones that I showed you in the slides, I think kind of go in a cross-cutting way along the areas highlighted before, because also they were adapted along the way. They were starting point of actions that can be something like, I don't know, organize a public event to promote citizen science within your organization, okay? So from the experience of the 3 years of the 4 implementers, we also saw the need for adaptation, and we saw that things started maybe in a narrow way, but then realized in a more broader one. So it was something that kind of went across all the areas mentioned. And again, it was something that cut it transversally, let's say, from the organizational perspective to the social one, and vice versa at the same time. So it was not just a matter of single specific areas like research or so, but it was more broader to achieve these institutional transformations that I was mentioning. So personally, I see the match, even if the labels does not correspond very well, maybe, but I see the match with what Uta was talking about before. And I think that in the coming sessions, the ones where the implementers will talk about their experience, I think this will be even more highlighted, I would say.
There are several more questions. There's one question online, one question there, and we have 2 minutes. So we start, I think you were first, and then we do the online question. Artemis, is it okay for you?
Thank you. I could probably spend 2 minutes asking the question.
Oh, that's not, that's not possible.
My name is Thomas Kosted. I'm co-chair of the LIBA Citizen Science Working Group. So we have around 40 research libraries around Europe that are keenly interested in results and takeaways from this. And there are currently 2 projects within research libraries around Europe that are trying to ground citizen science into libraries. I'm just wondering, and it's probably not something that you can answer, but maybe for the group, what exactly do we mean by infrastructures? And are we speaking the same language and terminology here? Because when we ask from library side researchers, infrastructures, it's about data, and I saw the keynote speaker had that one in. There are several very interesting takeaways from your slides, but they cover other things. So I'm really wondering whether the research community at large had a certain definition or common understanding of infrastructures, or maybe that is something that we could be clear on and work together on. So it's probably more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
quickly have a short question, or is it something that comes during the day, Alessio?
There's no one size.
Yeah, that's my point. I think what I would like to observe is a follow-up on yours. My name is Gaston Remmers. I'm from Foundation. My data are one of the 2 citizens here in the room, I guess.
Good you're here.
I was happy to view that the notion of building infrastructures is considered so relevant for you. Now, my question would be, would an infrastructure for researchers be the same as for citizens? So, it's about what is the infrastructure, from what point of view do you consider it, and how do you conceive it?
Yeah, maybe Gaston, and this would also be one of the questions that we have to elaborate. I don't think you can answer that in 2 seconds.
Very quickly, Robert, can I just give a very quick comment?
Yes, there's no one size fits all. You have to look at the specific situation in the institution. You have to ask the researchers to build up something which definitely fits on the spot. And this might be inspiring for others, but it has to be adapted to the specific situation. There's no one size fits all. It's consulting you need when setting up an infrastructure.
Let's talk more over coffee.
Yeah, we have one online question, and Artemis can raise that representing our online crowd. And then we move to the next.
So the question is from Andrea, whether you could elaborate a bit on what do you mean by appreciation of researchers?
What I mean with appreciation of researchers is how they are valued by the university. So the roles and the tasks that they take up, how that's being appreciated. So I guess that relates to culture, but very much also to HR, and also to other ways of how the research process is being appreciated. There's a huge discussion, of course, also happening in Netherlands, internationally, European-wide, on how this should actually change, not only like high ethics based, but very much also on, say, societal entrepreneurship and societal engagement also, to appreciate that much more. That's what I meant with appreciation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Alicia. I can also introduce the next presentation. We defined a 5-step journey of grounding citizen science at the universities. And the first step is, of course,
step 1. That's about research and mapping. And I think the first presentation is by Johannes. Yeah. I think before that we have a Mentimeter question. Oh, they already filled in. That's perfect. One of the questions we sent to you is what's the start? What citizen science starts best with? Knowing that there's not one right answer. Did you answer the following: motivation, engagement, awareness, citizens, trust? So that's interesting. And still moving. Engagement is really in the middle, and motivation. Well, thank you very much. Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Well, is Alessio, are you presenting? Yeah. Oh, Johannes, I'm sorry. Alessio was the previous presenter. Johannes, I'm sorry, Johannes.
No worries. Not only me. I will represent Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Rosie will represent the University of Zurich. And the UCL, Simon, you can join us. So thank you very much. My name is Ioannis Tavazis. I'm a PhD candidate in the Laboratory of Informatics of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I represent the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki Citizen Science Hub that was established during the INCENTIVE project. I am going to shortly present you the main objectives of mapping citizen science initiative, why we do this exercise, and what are the main objectives, the main benefits of implementing this activity, with what methods and tools we use to implement this activity, and finally the main mapping activities that took place during the INCENTIVE project. Rosie will present a working example of institutional citizen science adoption. And finally, from the UCL, you're going to hear the main methods for identifying pathways and conditions for organizational adoption of citizen science, the methods for studying institutional adoption, and finally some outcomes from these exercises. So, why do we have to map citizen science initiatives? First of all, when a research group implement this activity, they can find the main challenges and gaps in geographical or thematic coverage on the one hand, and on the other hand, they can identify best practices in citizen science, and having this low knowledge is a very important pre-work when you organize and set up a citizen science activity. Moreover, by searching the citizen science initiatives, you can identify what the participants, and specifically the citizens, prefer and like to participate, what kind of activities are in the main preference of the citizens. And this will also drive to the enhancement of the research and in the bigger data collection. One result from this activity is that a bigger data repository will be built, and the citizen science data sources will be bigger and available for all the researchers. Furthermore, by searching and have a research in citizen science activities, new partners and new collaborations may be built, and the new collaborators may support current activities, and new synergies may be built in the future for citizen science projects. Furthermore, educational resources and materials that are useful for all the researchers may be found during the mapping activity. And last but not least, the mapping of the citizen science initiative can contribute to the sustainable development goals. I think that this is something that I mentioned in the first keynote speech. And how this activity can contribute, more data can be collected, and this will help in the monitoring and the reporting of citizen science, of the data of the citizen science activities. Now, what are the main methods and tools for mapping the citizen science initiatives? First of all, a methodological approach combining by desk research and the literature review that will drive the identification of the state of the art in citizen science. A questionnaire, a survey with a questionnaire method that will drive to bigger data collection, and the implementation of interviews that will drive to specific knowledge for specific case studies. Now, in the framework of INCENTIVE project, and specifically in work package 1, setting the scene, we used only three mapping techniques. We implemented this desk research to identify case studies in global scale for citizen science initiatives. We implement and we organize and implement semi-structured interviews with stakeholders. And last but not least, we organize and implement a large-scale survey targeting to citizens and general public, and the general public. And I will talk a little bit more for the survey. Our goal was to engage external stakeholders from quadruple helix, from all the research performing and funding organizations ecosystems. We also wanted to learn and analyze the views, the perceptions, the concerns and the barriers that the stakeholders and the citizens may have in the view of their participation in the citizen science hubs. And last but not least, to explore and discover the condition that will enable or hinder the participation of the general public in a citizen science activity. All the countries, the organizations of the countries that participated in the survey disseminated and communicated the survey in their internal communities. We also disseminated the survey in the supporting partners that we have during the preparation of INCENTIVE project, and we also use the local media of each country to disseminate the questionnaire. Here you can see the results. Our goal was to achieve almost 2,000 responses in the survey. In Greece we have 322 responses, in Lithuania 342, in the Netherlands 675, and in Spain 597. Here you can see the results and the distribution of the same through the map. And you can see also the groups that finally participated in the survey. Our goal was to have representatives from the quadruple helix sector. We have organizations from private sector, from public administration, from academia, and from civil society. Now a little bit more about the results of the survey. Here in the diagram you can see the level of familiarity with the term of citizen science in the 4 countries. As you can see, in Greece and in Spain there is more balanced distribution of the familiarity of the scientific term. And in the Lithuanian, the Netherlands, they reply that they are not at all familiar with the citizen science term. But as we found out, and the reason for this replies is the age of the participants that completed the survey. They are young ages in their majority. And on the other side of the pie charts, you can see a few results for Greece, and specifically the four statements that almost half of the sample agree with them. First of all, they agree with the perception that citizen science is something positive and can improve and help their lives. They agree with the fact that the citizen science hub in general can enhance and improve the educational status and the technical skills of the citizens. They agree with the fact that the hubs also can be the place that everyone can join and can discuss about societal challenges, issues of daily life, and of course scientific ideas and challenges. And last but not least, that the hubs can empower citizens to be more active in science and increase their participation in citizen science activities. I will pass the torch to Simon. Sorry.
Yes, hello. Yes, I'm Simon Hoyt. I'm a research fellow at UCL, University College London in the UK. Mookie is supposed to be here, Mookie Hackley, that a couple of you may have heard of, potentially. But unfortunately couldn't come, so I'm here. Pretty big shoes to fill, but anyway, here I am. So I'll talk very briefly about some of our work in the TIME4CS project. Mainly looking at, so if we're trying to integrate citizen science into research institutions, what are the actual key factors or the elements which can most effectively achieve that change? What are the key components which can make that transition? So we've done some sort of analysis and some case study work trying to look at this. Another way of phrasing this, what are the conditions that are necessary to see stable support for citizen science within an organization? There's several studies that have sort of done this, but there's not much actual evidence looking at what are these factors. Such as this report here, which was done in 2016, but there's not a huge amount of evidence behind that, those recommendations. So, we did 5 main things. The first one was to do a literature review of what citizen science adoption at research performing organizations looks like. And we found that there isn't much literature about this. And the literature that there is not based on a huge amount of evidence. Secondly, we looked at literature identifying the broader moves in the institutions towards public engagement and participation. So what sort of role does open science and broader public engagement attitudes in institutions play into this? Thirdly, we built a repository of case studies from institutions around the world and tried to compare what different aspects they had in their institutions towards citizen science. Fourthly, we did some statistics, my least favourite thing in the world. Luckily, I wasn't involved in that part, so that's fine. We could just give me something to say about it, which we call qualitative comparative analysis. And then fifthly, we looked at factors that seem to work across institutions, and we shared them with the rest of the project. So I'll quickly show you here. This is the case study repository that we made. So there's 38 different universities or institutions around the world involved in this. And we came up with a set of variables or elements that were asked, questions effectively, that were asked to each institution. And these questions they varied from what was individual level interest in these institutions towards citizen science, what was the institutional interest, and then finally, what sort of support and sustainability aspects were in these institutions to support citizen science. And so this is all online on the TIME4CS website, so have a look at that. Oops. Okay, so then after this we did some of the qualitative comparative analysis. So effectively, without trying to send everybody to sleep, the idea is that it uses a set of variables that here we call causal conditions. So these conditions here, which could be things that could affect good implementation of citizen science into institutions. What we don't know is which of these is actually really important for initiating this change, which are the key factors. So this is what qualitative comparative analysis is good at, looking at across the different case studies that we made. And we used a particular type of this analysis called fuzzy set qualitative comparative analysis. That sounds just like something you don't want to engage with, but it's quite useful because it allows, unlike normal QCA, qualitative comparative analysis, it allows more kind of fine-grained analysis between different institutions. So for example, rather than saying, does one university have citizen science champions and does another not, it's rather looking at what types of champions, how many, so you can do like sort of a scale of comparison. And then the outcome of this is that we've got these 5 outcome conditions, which are the main 5 points as to how to achieve this sort of institutionalization of citizen science. So these are the 5 things that we found were most effective. Disciplinary contribution, citizen science champions, citizen science institutional plan, funded coordination, and funding availability and length. And here they are again, the 5 main points. And so, sorry. Yes, so the analysis looked at these different points under the assumption that what success means to us in this project is stable citizen science function. And that means that the institution is able to support citizen science. In this case particularly, whether there is an office or an officer who is working on citizen science permanently in these cases. So this was the presumption in this case. So if that doesn't apply, then obviously there's limitations. Another key point to mention here is that all of the 38 case studies that we were looking at had some sort of bottom-up instigation into citizen science. There were people who were interested, different researchers who were interested in doing this, but if you're looking at a complete top-down situation where it's like the management want to instigate citizen science in their institution, you might find something else might be more useful. And then finally, what was also revealed by this work was that different factors played their part at different times along the journey towards citizen science, part of what Uta showed as well. So at the beginning of the transition towards institutional transformation, there's more important things like diverse disciplinary contributions on citizen science projects, so multidisciplinarity, working across disciplines. Sort of halfway to integration with things like citizen science champions taking shape, access to national and international funding. And then much more towards the integration end, you find things such as institutional plans, including citizen science and public engagement, and also as a specially funded coordinator. In the TIME4CS project, we've found that we can speed up this process by identifying some of these factors that occur across different time periods, and then trying to implement them slightly earlier, or preparing for these things so that there's a speeded up process towards integration.
Hello everybody, I'm Rosi Mondardini from University of Zurich and ETH Zurich, and I'm here together with Ursina, that is sitting down there, from the Citizen Science Zurich. So we are the partners that are somehow helping in some way, and I'm very happy about that, to build the bridge between the two projects, because we are the partner that is common to both of them. And for both of them, our role is, in one case we talk about the Citizen Science Hub in an academic institution. In the other case, we talk about front runners, so people that have experience. So Zurich is a little bit of a use case, of a case study that has been used in both cases as an example. So as I said, is an initiative of the University of Zurich, ETH Zurich, with a big support by a local foundation in Switzerland, the Mercator Foundation. And the idea is to really provide support both to research and citizens that want to implement the citizen science. So I will go in a little bit more details, but basically in these few minutes, what I will do is, you heard about success factors and what makes institutional changes happen. And so I will just go back to some of the points that Simon mentioned that have been identified, and just try to explain how this can be exemplified somehow in Zurich. How Zurich is an example of this successful factor, and also we use them basically to have our own success. And I don't know if we are as shining examples as Utah's, but we are trying to get there. So the first one that you heard is to have an institutional plan, or at least to try to merge into the structure of the institution. And in the two projects we talked a lot about try to go into the library, try to join the open science group. In our particular case in Zurich, we used an existing way for the two institutions, the University of Zurich and ETH Zurich, to collaborate, something that exists already. We just took it. It's called Competence Center. In fact, we are officially a Competence Center Citizen Science. And we try to build from there, with very clear goals and plans from the beginning. Competence centers are 4 plus 4 years in terms of budget, and the idea was the first phase for development, trying to establish ourselves and gather and develop the expertise and the infrastructure. And then the second phase, 2021 to 2024, next year, production. Go big, and at the same time show us that you can support yourself. So find the financial plan. And this is what we did, and again the structure you can see is very typical of a Swiss association or Swiss NGOs more than academic. So you have General Assembly, which is like the higher body, and then you have the board of directors that respond to the assembly, and a team that responds to the board of directors. Second success factor that you heard is champions, and this is something that in Zurich was very important, because we wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the action of a few professors in the two institutions that really believed in the idea of participation and citizen science. So they actually did everything for us. They are the one that, and they were full professors. They really went all the way to the top management and really made this happen. Again, it's not easy to find people like that, but if you do, it is extremely effective. They can talk to the right people, they can talk to directors, to the presidents, they can really make things happen. And what they did in the meantime, they also immediately started to worry about the financial aspect, which is, again, going back to Simon and Mookie, what they found out as a success factor. And so one of the big things that happened in our center is that very early in the process, we managed to receive a big grant. And the big grant, again, by this local foundation, is not only what allows us to do, but also what it shows to the management. We heard before, there is money for citizen science, but this money will not fall on you, in a magic way. You have to go and look for money. And the Mercato Foundation and this grant was, a lucky beginning for us. It was a lot of work, and then it was Switzerland. So Switzerland, there are a lot of family foundation, wealthy foundation. But then we had to build on that, through European projects, through every other kind of grants. However, what this allowed us to do, and actually the initial grant that we got for the Mercato Foundation basically allowed us to set up some kind of a sister organization that really worried about two things. One is training, and you can see here, the kind of offering that they set up that went from bachelor and master students, PhD students, libraries, and science centers. And another thing that the money allowed us to do is to create seed grants for projects. Again, when you're talking to researchers, when you're talking to the university, the fact that you are also, providing some kind of resources, financial resources to your researchers, it's huge. And then, last but not least, is this aspect, and again, we heard about the importance of multidisciplinary projects, be there everywhere. That's what we try to do. And one of the things that I think is one of our strengths is that we really provide support in every aspect of citizen science, which doesn't mean that we are expert, in every aspect, but if we are not expert, at least we know somebody that is an expert. So we are really there to be your interface to the citizen science world. And so this is what we do in the center. So everything about the methodology, so as a researcher or as a citizen, you may have heard about citizen science, you have an idea, but you don't know, exactly how to go about it, and you come to us and we provide you methodological support with the design or with thinking about your project. Digital tools. If you know citizen science, usually they come with an app, with a sensor, with a web interface to do some kind of analysis, and we provide that. We have a few tools that we develop ourselves. They are open and free, but we are also very well aware of a lot of other existing tools. So again, being the bridge between your researcher and citizens and the expert, even if you are not the expert yourself, is very useful for researchers. Training, you have seen what we provide, seed grants, and the networking. The networking is another thing very important, and we intended it in many different ways. I mean, there is the networking between citizens and researchers, so you can call it community management, you can call it communication, really try to have the two communities talk to each other. But you can also do networking in terms of helping researchers to find other partners for grants or European projects. And the last but not least, we heard, if you were around, you heard about EXA yesterday. So join existing network of practitioners so that, again, if you don't have the expertise that your own researchers may be looking for, you can reach out to people that have. And these networks are extremely useful in this sense. And I will stop here and open for questions.
One question for the coffee break.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. It's very nice also to hear that you're already having support for the researchers and to actually make this happen, this citizen science adventure. We also have at VUB a support like a hub, and I was wondering if I see all of the support and tasks you already are doing, how many people are actually working in that support service, because this is something that we are struggling with, that we do a lot of things, a lot of these things are also invisible, and not everything also comes with a concrete outcome or an awarded project. So
how many people see or?
So in the case of Zurich, again, at the beginning, by now we are like 7 years old, and at the beginning was like 2 sister organizations, each one with about 2 plus 2 to 3 staff. Now we merged finally at the beginning of this year, and the team, let's say there are about 6 people around with, like, not all of them 100%. So I would say that the equivalent is probably 4 full-times somehow. However, again, we have Ursina communication, we have community management, we have a developer, we have 2 people with like some kind of senior experience for consultancy and helping, and so yeah. We are lucky, yeah.
Thank you. We have a coffee break of 20 minutes. So enjoy.
I was at quarter past 11, we continue. Before the break, we finished with the first step of the 5-step journey for grounding citizen science at universities. And now we have step 2, and it's about engaging. And also one of the mentoring questions was to you, what's most difficult to engage, the researchers or the citizens, or the scientists, or the citizens, I'm sorry. What did you say? See? Researchers are even more difficult to engage than citizens in citizen science. Well, let's see what Maya has learned about engaging both citizens and researchers in citizen science.
Thank you very much. That's a smooth transition, I think, from subjects. Thank you very much. All right, and then this step 2, so the journey, the 5-step journey, we are at step 2 now. And this is about engaging researchers and have them co-creating very much science with citizens. This is what we did in both the 2 projects, so we're presenting 2 pieces of work. Let me move to the next slide. So there's me, Maya, and there's also Agnes coming to the stage in a bit. So how to engage researchers to co-create science with citizens, challenges and opportunities. That's what we're going to address in the coming session. In INCENTIVE, we took a step-by-step approach when we were designing our co-creation workshop. So to establish these citizen science hubs, so the 4 that I presented to you before, we actually have been doing this together with our stakeholders, together with those people from our ecosystem that we consider to be important to be at the table. And very soon in the project, we worked on a co-creation workshop. So the first 9 months of the project, we were still fresh, we were still fully online, and we were also still, in a way, also, some of us were completely new to one another. But we managed to do this online, so a co-creation workshop, in order to define, say, the key elements, the pivotal aspects of the citizen science apps in the 4 countries. And I'm showing you here how we actually did this, how we approached this. So we started really with designing the workshop. So what should be the outcomes of the workshop? What do partners also think is important from their local context? So I started with designing, so defining a methodology for the co-creation workshop. So that actually that we were bringing people to the table that were able to really also express themselves in the best way possible, to make them feel comfortable, but also making sure that in the activities during the workshop, that we could actually also achieve the outcomes that were set. And they were, for those of you working on European projects, quite general and quite abstract also. So to bring that very much to the local level, making sure that you count the outcomes that are working for your local stakeholders, that was already a challenge in itself. That's what we managed to cover in step 1. So designing really methods, a methodology for this co-creation workshop was the first step. Based on this methodology, we designed a program, so more details like how long, who should be there, define also the background of ideal stakeholders to be brought to the table. And step 3 is also moderation, so it's also quite important to consider who should be there to moderate, support the process of your workshop. Who should be there? Like I said, somebody who's maybe even local. That's what we try to accomplish as much as possible. Like this is quite a serious job. So that's what we also explicitly explained and tackled in our process. And then preparing, well, RPFOs, this is one of those abbreviations. In our case, these are the universities we have been working with. So prepare both the universities but also stakeholders. Make sure that you know where to be, at what time, what is expected of you, is there any homework foreseen. The more details in the way, the better. So that really helps. And also, of course, universities, because we want to have, say, local-based workshops. This could be done, of course, in COVID times, all online. So we had parallel workshops taking place per university. And then, well, also, there were so many of us that also wanted to actually also see what was happening during those workshops. If it's a physical workshop, you can have people in the corner, being quietly, but also just watching to see what's happening. In the case of online, this is a little bit less easy to organize, so we have to be very instructive there, making sure like, okay, this is your role as an observer, this is your role as a participant, because like, isn't it, in this virtual room, you're all there all together. And you all, especially if you know each other, it's very easy to also start chatting, and this is what's not supposed to happen. So making sure that those observers could join a workshop and could just observe all that they wanted to observe. And then step 6, yeah, that's of course when it really, the job is on, so this is really when we deliver the workshop, making sure that all the technology is working out, everybody knows what to do when. Keep an eye on the time, as we're doing also today, so those aspects are also important. And actually there's even step 7, I'm realizing now, because we also wrote it all down in a deliverable. So there's a report also for you to get a closer understanding of what we did. And some of the outcomes, so as I said in the first step, so what actually did we want to reach with this co-creation workshop? These were all the building blocks, all of the aspects that we had to cover in a workshop. Well, imagine. It's quite a long list, isn't it? So we had to narrow all of this down to work on a format in which also local stakeholders, still I'm thinking of you also being there, isn't it, in the room, local stakeholders also to feel safe and comfortable and not being frightened with these aspects. But it's something of an experiment. Let's put it this way to make that happen. So this is what we all covered in the workshop, and we thought of ways of particularly trying to push it more to very tangible questions or types of activities that could work. And eventually this ended up as like a very large mural file. You all have been working with this online whiteboards. So this is what we did, like prepared it all before. Open questions very much, making sure that all those stakeholders in the room actually could also express themselves, make also some space for personal interaction, so explain a little bit about yourself, making sure also that you could interact also with this online whiteboard and share also your ideas there. We were at one point also in breakout rooms. You all have probably been in those rooms also during COVID times and maybe also nowadays. So we had also local people there moderating those sub-sessions, so to say. And also they had to feel also comfortable with this online whiteboard way of working. So that's all what was taken care of. But in the end, we were successful. We were lucky to have these files explaining very much on the outcomes that we had to address, as you can see here. That's all still online and it's still available. So if you want to have a closer look about your region or particular region, it's there. It's still there for you also to watch. And I think what is also good for you to know is that Zenodo is the place where you can find the report on this particular activity. There's many more also that you can find there. Of course, this is writing, and I think interacting and discussing also very much what has happened in activities like these should also be done. So there's a lunch break coming up, there's a coffee break coming up. Do not hesitate to approach me to learn more about this activity. Yeah, and with this, I think I'm handing over the microphone to you now, to also bring in your case, so to say.
Okay, thank you. So I'm happy to be here and present our experience as implementers from TIME4CS project and what we did to kind of change the perspective and opinions of researchers about citizen science through the pathway we were going with the project TIME4CS. And I think it's the right time to reflect this because as we all know, both projects are approaching the end, and this reflection gives also inspiration for thinking about next steps, what might be done further. So just to reflect on opportunities and challenges through this pathway we were going while implementing TIME4CS project. I think we can summarize that TIME4CS project gave us opportunities regarding, first of all, infrastructure. Through the project, we established Citizen Science Hub. First, we established in our faculty, but then through networking with other projects, like Tom, I think, was mentioning Lipko's project, we decided to move Citizen Science Hub into the library to have a more broader outreach to society, first of all, and also to be more in line with other research fields, not just social sciences, but also natural sciences, engineering, and some. Another kind of slot pillar is policy. Currently, we are in the process of establishing citizen science guidelines at the university level to inform researchers and to encourage researchers to use citizen science approach at their research activities. Also, the third one is networks. Through the project, we have been engaged in many projects, and I think Uta also was mentioning the importance of networking and joining different associations, and in particular participating in activities of EXA. And that opens opportunities for researchers not to be in regional scope, but broaden activities, participate in international projects, and enhance citizen science opportunities here. Also, we are thinking about ambassadors within the institution, because it's very good to kind of interact outside the university, but also to build a community of believers, of champions, of ambassadors, whatever we call them. But these are people who will fuel the pace of citizen science implementation in the institution. And finally, education. Through the project, we developed trainings for public, for researchers, but also we embedded courses in all three levels, like bachelor degree level, master degree, and also PhD course within the university, including topics of citizen science. So I think these opportunities gave inspiration for researchers to promote citizen science further. Of course, this path is not easy, right? And all the institutions have challenges in this way. And I think lack of recognition of citizen science activities for career development is one of the obstacles why citizens are not willing. Because if their career pathway is evaluated by the number of publication in Clarivate Analytics or Scopus journals, so why to waste time and do something with society which is not evaluated at all. So one of the challenges is this, and I think with our work in Quora initiatives and working groups on academic career, and kind of like adding this qualitative approach to career development is how we try to cope with that challenge. Then low interest in co-creation in science, and it both for groups, scientists and society as well. And finally, existing research culture, which is also still challenging. And thinking about existing research culture, I want to show you one of the citations that I made with a researcher who was saying how open he is to involve public into the research, right? So if citizens want to be part of my research, the only way is to kind of force and occupy university as during the French Revolution. And I do believe that this project, TIME4CS project, other projects, is a good opportunity to make change in the researcher's mind. So thank you.
I think we have time for questions. To Ekler and to Maya, I see some hands raised, so we're running again with microphones. And from Uta is the question.
Thank you both so much. Maya, I had a question for you. You took us through the setup of how you carefully crafted your co-design process, right? And when it comes to the delivery, some of the building blocks you mentioned was also, talk about the governance structure of the hubs as a project then set in an action research, because you want to figure out how is your co-design process working, etc. And this is the way of doing it. You need a monitoring and evaluation framework, etc. So how do you strike the balance in your co-design workshops with creating enough enthusiasm and commitment to what is actually people come for, a hub, the idea that they can bring to the table without bogging them down into, okay, we need to discuss how we work together, how we govern this thing, and by the way, our partners also want to interview, whatever, right? So how do you strike that balance with triggering that change and also monitoring it?
One time.
Okay. And remember also that there were also servers that wanted to watch, and it was all digital. Yeah, that was quite a process. Well, luckily there was also Shani to help us out here. So it took us quite some time to think and to really, to unpack, I guess, very much those aspects that were shown on the screen before. How did we do this? Well, I would say to try to simplify, but that sounds in a way negative, but really to try to narrow down very detailedly, like what can we expect, what is likely to be discussed by humans in a lively, welcoming setting, while at the same time also think of these more abstract ambitions. And it is, well, I think we managed to find the best balance there. I think also, Egla, you were also here, isn't it? Like finding the balance here is what needs to be done. I think we can also rely to experience we have here at DesignLab also. That's what we brought in. Like how does it also work out in practice? We have been in those situations before, and I guess we can also actually, if they're willing, also ask some of the people that actually were in one of those workshops if they can still remember. This is 2 years ago. Because we have some participants that were in this session. So I don't know, I'm looking at the corner of 2 gentlemen that were in this virtual room that might also want to share a little bit their experience, how difficult it was or not. Is any of the participants willing to reflect? Can you still recall us co-creating the synthesized output? In the meantime, Robert?
No, just one experience from our side in co-creation sessions is even if people are interested in the topic, they try to escape escape taking responsibility. There's always the tendency to go to a meta level in the discussion instead of narrowing it down and moving forward to find a solution. Because finding a solution means I have to take responsibility for what to implement. And this is definitely a problem in these co-creation workshops, and the hard work for the moderator to get them back on the ground every time you're talking to them.
Spot on. I fully feel the experience coming back again. No, thinking of Joost and Tim, you have been at this workshop, maybe you can still recall. Is anybody of you willing to reflect a little bit on the experience? This was some time ago.
No active memory.
No? No active memory.
I have no active memory. I'm sorry.
Amongst the many online meetings you have been, like your participation actually was quite crucial. Yeah. Okay, so
it was the mural board we were working on, eh?
Yeah.
So you remember a little bit details. Now we had a mural board with 4 universities working on it together, creating personas, etc. I don't remember in detail what we did.
Can you still think a little bit of the feeling, I guess, that going back into the memory lane, that's now looking back at the...
Yeah, it was co-creating. I think also with what Norbert says, from how do you really get to the actual point of being really sharp on what's necessary, what do we need, what do we don't need, and how to take further steps. It was, we did all these steps, but it was difficult.
Difficult, okay. Yeah. Well, that's your answer. Thank you very much, Pit.
One last question, and now we move to the third presentation of step 2.
Am I allowed or not?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. I was thinking of an article recently in a Dutch newspaper, and it was recording a group of inhabitants in Krooswijk in Rotterdam, do you remember? They were being interviewed by reporters, and they told them that they had been interviewed and invited to co-create with researchers so often now that they refused to cooperate any further because they saw no improvement whatsoever in their circumstances. And every time they were invited to participate, it was this promise to them: we are doing this to improve your situation. And I think this is something that needs to be addressed somewhere, other than they refuse to take responsibility for. I don't know.
Thinking of the bridge with Patricia again, like isn't it this picture of like we have to move both directions actually to come together somewhere. There's a comment also coming up from Sweden.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, and I agree, some people don't, but I also talked, for example, to the city of Enschede. They wanted to co-create in every project. And our question was, why do you participate in the first place? And so you should only co-create when you really need to co-create, otherwise you over-ask. And the other thing is, what do you give back? And I think, and I haven't heard it a lot, but there's a lot being done in design research. And I think the principles for design research should be better merged perhaps with citizen science, because then sometimes you will choose not to co-create and to also work towards a more balanced relationship instead of the paternalizing scientists or policymakers who want an answer to their question. And then the questions are not open, you have to approach it in an open way. So I think these are the things to take into consideration as well.
Still have a lot to learn. There's one lady in the back, she wants to ask a question. There's a microphone coming.
There's a microphone coming to you. And then we have to move forward.
So Maya mentioned that she had another step 7 to add to her cycle, and I'm wondering about a step 8, which would be the evaluation, because essentially, you can evaluate, you have metrics, to measure the number of citizen science, when they engage, how often they engage, where they were from, all those pieces. But I'm wondering about using validated evaluation tools to evaluate the meaningfulness. So the impact on the citizen science, you can do the impact on the researchers, and you have metrics to measure, when they're engaged and all that, the impact of the project. sort of on the overall systems, but maybe understanding the impact of the co-creation on the what do you call them, citizen scientists. You know, was it meaningful for them? Did they feel, and especially not just the ones that stayed with the project to the end, but even exit interviews for people that don't stay. Why did you leave? What were the, so I'm just wondering why there isn't a step 8 in your.
Thank you very much for your comment. I can even think of a step 9, isn't it? Because like this is a continuous process. Like it should not stop with just delivering a report.
Yeah, so evaluation should be embedded at the beginning. So you have your expectations that you share. This is what we want you to do. This is, you know, and of course it can change as a project. But then you'd have the baseline from the beginning, what you're asking them to do, and then you can have this evaluation tool at the end.
Yeah, but I think in this case also, maybe that's also I think also the role and the relevance of co-creation at one point, like it should be part of a step in the process, but it should also be something more continuously also happening. Like if indeed participants to a workshop like this do feel some ownership, but those should be accommodated, isn't it? Like it's in a way sort of an ended journey that we're supposed to be in, I would say, not only project driven, but very much about being together and also working on a project together.
So advancing the science and practice of citizen engagement by what worked, what didn't, what we'll know better for next time, and I'm publishing that so that we aren't over asking people, you know, we're learning from each other.
Very much, and also define the next step together. And not just because we are finishing our work, we finish also the work together. So I fully agree with you. Thank you.
Grab the microphone. Not because you don't say very meaningful things tonight, but because we need to have the next presentation on engaging. Somewhere's open. It's Marta who's going to give a presentation. Yeah, come on. Thank you, Maya and Ekle. Little applause for Maya and Ekle.
Hello everyone, my name is Marta Solis and I'm the Public Engagement and Science Education Coordinator at the Center for Genomic Regulation, the CRG, and I'm going to share with you the impact of the implementation of the roadmap at the CRG, which is this biomedical research center located in Barcelona. Yeah, it's very cool. We have these amazing views to the beach, to the Barcelona beach. And at the CRG, we aim to understand life from the genetic point of view, through studying the genes, the cells, the organisms, interaction with the environment, and also to offer an integrated view of genetic diseases. So in the daily life, in the lab, what researchers see is things like that. Things like that, like this is a placozoan seen through a microscope, a confocal microscopy. So when talking with researchers about citizen science, they are like, "But really? But what do you mean? We intended to involve non-scientists into this very complicated science, genetics, with these very complicated protocols and equipment and so. Are you serious?" So, and they are right in some kind, because of course the process is complicated, but of course there are ways of involving citizens in genetics research. So when designing the roadmap for the TIME4CS Science project, we thought about, first of all, building a solid structure or infrastructure, which in our case means providing the support in terms of human resources and also other kind of support like trainings and guidelines and so that future citizen science projects that may arise have a solid structure and can be sustained in the future. Because of course in genetics it's not easy to integrate citizen science or non-scientists to the projects. So we defined these actions, which are very quick to include citizen science in our open science framework. And also, of course, delivering trainings and talks to the PhDs, to the scientists, to the research support offices, of course, because there's no knowledge about citizen science at the CRG. although it must be said that we ran in the past 2 big citizen science projects, but they were like big projects with funding behind, with a person dedicated to them, a facilitator, citizen science facilitator. They were promoted mostly by the higher management, so scientists, I think that they understand this like more like public engagement or science communication activities. So of course training is needed, also a guide to guide them with the projects, and importantly we will recognize citizen science in internal evaluations, which we hope that will encourage them to use this methodology. And also very importantly, we have appointed a citizen science contact point, finally. And I think this is the cornerstone of this project in our case, because since our previous experiences told us with our previous citizen science projects, having a person who pushes for this, who is promoting this methodology among researchers is essential, especially in our field, because it's not obvious, as I said in the beginning. So she can show examples, also provide resources, trainings, and everything. And here, Carmen Melati, who is the impact officer at the CRG, of course, she's not working 100% in citizen science, but she will be promoting it as part of her task. She's, as you can see here, proudly holding our citizen science guide. And very importantly, as a consequence of her work, we have very recently submitted 2 project proposals with a citizen science dimension, which is great, which I didn't expect at the beginning of the Time for Citizen Science project, and it's a very nice result. And as a more intangible impact, now after having participated in the project, of course there's more internal awareness amongst, especially amongst the super research offices, and this leads to discussions and to more knowledge, of course, and to more recognition of citizen science as a research methodology and not only as a science communication activity. And from all this, we've learned several things. Some of these are that, of course, having a citizen science contact point in our case is essential, that we need to talk to everyone about this, and of course involving the higher management when developing especially institutional changes like the ones that we are implementing in the Time for Citizen Science projects, but also scientists, because as we have said, scientists can act as ambassadors amongst their colleagues, which this is very important for them. And a very important learning that we've learned from the front runners in this project is that we can do small citizen science projects and they are still citizen science. Because in our minds, we have the previous citizen science projects, which were kind of big. So this barrier, of course, is difficult to overpass, no, when designing a citizen science project. But we understand that at least at the beginning, which is the stage in which we are now in the CRG, we can start small, and then hoping that in the future this methodology will be demanded from the bottom up, so that they see the benefits and they start doing it bigger. But this is where we are now, and as we all know, change takes time, but I think we are on the right track. Thank you.
We have time for one question. I see Norbert.
Sorry.
Just Norbert, it will be your question.
It's very short. It's about the lesson learned. And listen.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Marta, for your very clear presentation. And we move from step 2, engaging, to promoting and supporting citizen science. There has been a Mentimeter question. Let's see what I can. Where is it? Artemis.
have already.
Yeah, but oh, these are the answers. Oh, great. Yeah, I thought this is a table and a presentation. These are the answers too. What's important to actively conduct citizen science and research institutes? We see pull private companies in. effectively disseminate knowledge and involve citizens in an inclusive manner, incentives, reward and recognition, willingness, commitment to all levels, accessibility, lots of things. Can I scroll to it? No, or I can't. What is that doing? Sophia can already come here. She's our name already, so that's good. Because it seems there's much more beneath Artemis. No, we move to Sophia.
Yeah.
That's also a very good option for for this program. We see many types of answers. I expected the word cloud, but maybe there is not an overlapping word, so everybody had handed in different answers. Sophia, you have experience in promoting and supporting citizen science at the University of Barcelona, so we're eager to hear about your experiences and your lessons.
Okay. Thank you. So, as Vinny said, I'm Sophia. I'm coming from the University of Barcelona, and I'm going to present and to give an overview of the steps we took and the activities we implemented in the different universities that are implementing the INCENTIVE project. So the first, after the co-creation workshop that Maya taught us about, where we established the baseline for the citizen science hub creation, we were in contact with different stakeholders and continued to to go further and establish as well the operating and governance structure of each of the hubs. And then once this was done, then we moved to the piloting phase of the citizen science hubs. And there is where each of the universities went to their local context and set up the citizen science hubs and implemented their piloting activities taking into account their own context. So, so here are a brief explanation of the process that each university took to actually set up the citizen science hub. So the first one is the Aristotle Citizen Science Hub, and what they did was to prepare a report, a feasibility report about the Citizen Science Hub, and then they got the approval of the Senate to create the Citizen Science Hub, and then created the virtual platform of the hub so that that is visible for all the Aristotle University community, and when that was done, then they began to implement their piloting activities. At UAB, where I come from, where what we did was, first of all, to prepare the incentive project from the institutional projects office from the university. So we already from the beginning had the approval from the governing body to start working on this project, and then continued just working with them through the whole project. So what we started to do was to establish a provisional website on citizen science at UAB so that our framework was known among the community, and then started to identify the people interested in citizen science. We have more than 100 people already very interested in citizen science, with researchers, but also support staff that are willing to support this process at the university. And then in July, we formally established a Citizen Science Hub in the new space that we have, that is called the UAB Challenges space, that covers citizen science, but also other ways of addressing territorial challenges of the university, but also of the territory. Then we also worked with a strategic committee where the vice rectors of the university are part of, and they help us with the strategy of the Citizen Science Hub. And also, we have also created a group of researchers from different disciplines that are called the scientific committee of the Citizen Science Hub, that they also advise us on how to move forward to be able to promote citizen science at the university. And from external stakeholders, we have the Happy 30, which is an alliance of quadrilateral stakeholders that also are in touch with us to be able to take their point of view into account as well. And until very recently, we published the Open Science portal at the university as well, including citizen science, where we involve different units from the university that are working on open science and found the common ground, and so that it's visible as well at the university what we are doing on citizen science, on open science, including citizen science. At DesignLab, as Sabine mentioned before, they worked with the shaping expert group on citizen science from the beginning to be able to actually create the Citizen Science Hub. And as she mentioned as well, at the end of last year, it was approved by the executive board that the Citizen Science Hub could actually be established, and then they began to implement their pilot activities. And in Vilnius, they also worked very hard on preparing some baseline documents that the university also asked them to prepare, so that they had a clear view of what the Citizen Science Hub was and what they had to do. And then they also got the approval of the university to create the hub, and they also could ensure a physical place for their Citizen Science Hub that will be launched very soon during this academic year. And now I'm going to highlight some activities that we did in the different universities from different types of activities. So here you have a very overview of the activities that we did. So we implemented some activities related to awareness raising, also training about citizen science and RRI, mutual learning and networking, and also co-creation activities. We also did some of our universities implemented some citizen science projects, and others were more involved in the promotion of citizen science for the researchers and the community at the universities. And we also worked very hard during all this piloting phase on the monitoring and evaluation of all the activities that we were doing. So the Thessaloniki Hub did several citizen science projects, and one of the activities they did for one of them was one activity to produce guidelines with information for analyzing and detecting misinformation content in digital social networks, and they managed to involve more than 100 participants in this activity, which was both on-site and online as well. At UAB, we did a training for PhD students on citizen science, which was part of the transversal training that PhD students can take during their training, and we managed to get 18 participants in this training, which is very high number of participants actually, because usually these trainings are like with 10 people or so. So we managed to get a high interest from these PhD candidates, and also a thing to highlight about this is that participants from very different disciplines participated in this training, including ecology, psychology, communication, sociology, and also medicine. There was a theoretical part about citizen science, and we also had a very large part on how to design a citizen science project, and they came together in groups to be able to do this activity. In UT, in 2022, they did citizen science conference where they had also 170 participants, where they could share some citizen science initiatives that were taking place at UT, and as Sabine was mentioning, of course, the Citizen Science Conference for Health that took place these days is the follow-up of this first Citizen Science Conference. And lastly, just the launch of the Citizen Science Hub at Vilnius, where they introduced the hub to the community, and they also focused on the overview of citizen science projects, but also engaged different stakeholders and policymakers on the discussion on the promotion of citizen science, and could get very valuable points of view about this issue. So this was the overview, and just to let you know that we have also a deliverable on this topic where you have more detailed information about the highlighted activities that each of the hubs have done. So, and of course, if you have any specific question on any of the activities, you can go to the different hubs and ask for more information about them. So thank you. Sorry. Just one last thing about the results. Just to mention quickly that we did several activities, and what I wanted to highlight here is the impact that we had for the stakeholders that we have engaged in the activities. You can see that there is, through the involvement of the people in the activities that we have done, we have enhanced the interest in engaging in science for the participants, and that citizen science is considered to be a legitimate way of doing research as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Is there a question for Sophia? Or shall we first do the next presentation? It's always questions.
I always have questions. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. That's why you're setting up. Thank you so much for giving us a better idea of what these three hubs were all about. Could you just explain to me, all three hubs were actually located at partners of the project, right? Four hubs. So, to what extent are you really testing the feasibility of, was there a range of readiness at the different universities to do this, or was it already a given when you wrote the proposal that you knew, well, this is probably going to be more or less successful?
I think we also had different starting points in the different partners that were involved in the project. So, so we also worked very hard on mutual learning on the process as well, and taking into account the starting point of each university, then they had to take different steps towards the actual implementation of the hub, establishment of the hub, but also thinking about the sustainability of the hub is also something that each university has done differently, taking their points of view as well.
Can you just say which one was the hardest?
So I think the hardest one at the beginning, at least, was Vilnius, because as you saw as well in the previous presentation by Yanis, we saw that there was a very low awareness of citizen science there. So so in that case, it was just a different approach, and this is why Vilnius was very interested in raising awareness on citizen science, and this is what they have focused on during the project, and not much on actually implementing citizen science projects, for example, but on working on raising awareness.
Yes, maybe to add to that, when we wrote the proposal, we made up the citizen science hub as a term. So we didn't know, and when we wrote it, it's of course far before we could even start. So to answer your question, no, we were not prepared, it was not in there. So we started from scratch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last question, now we move to the next presentation of Uta and Christian, so they can already prepare.
Thank you. Also a question about the variety of cases. I can hear some differentiation in what a citizen science hub is in each of these cases and contexts. So where it finds a home in the natural research support, grant support, training and education places that already exist within a research university. I can see how the hub might take shape as a knowledge center, a competence center. But some are also describing much more collaborative activities, more like an incubator or a place where the projects get done, the doing element. Can you just quickly mention which hubs had that doing citizen science together element?
Yeah, so they're like different, as I said, different things. So Vilnius is more keen towards raising awareness, but they have also got some citizen science related proposals approved for funding as well. So they are also focusing on themselves implementing citizen science projects. In Twente, I think there is a mix because they also have the seed funding that they got to implement citizen science projects together with citizens and researchers. And in UAB, we also are a mix of it. So we also got delivered some seed funding as well for a citizen science project, but we are mainly focused on the support to general support to researchers and public administration so that they get involved in the citizen science projects as well. And in Thessaloniki, they have been very much focused on the actual implementation of different citizen science projects, as the members of the group that are implementing the citizen science hubs are researchers themselves. So this is one way of promoting citizen science as well in their universities. So we have different kind of teams and different kind of approaches as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Sophie, also for your answer. Christian is going to tell us something about the training program to support citizen science, if I'm well informed.
I think you're well informed, yes.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I'm painfully aware that I'm standing behind us and lunch, so I've prepared a very long and tedious presentation. No, I'll try to be brief. My name is Christian Nielsen, and I'm here to report on work that I've done together with Gitte Krag, my collaborator at Aarhus University as part of the TIME4CS project. And we're talking about training programs to support citizen science in RPOs. First, we did an extensive mapping exercise to try to find out what was already out there in terms of available resources, both training resources, but also more static resources. And I'm not going to say much about that mapping exercise, except that it's available as a deliverable on the TIME4CS project. But what we came up with in the project was really trying to accommodate the training programs through this overall framework of TIME4CS. As Alessio already mentioned, it's taking place in 4 different intervention areas, and there's a lot of grounding actions to take place in institutions, and we try to see, so what for training programs, what are these research areas, or these intervention areas rather, what do they, how does training programs feed into these? So for research, we are developing programs to ensure that researchers, students, and administrative staff recognize CS as an evolving set of research methods. We have training programs to enhance education and amplify awareness of CS, aiming at bridging knowledge gap and fostering collaborations. We have training programs that aim for the support resources and to strengthen support resources and infrastructures. And we have training programs to facilitate or support CS adaptation into policy and assessment. We also took the inspiration from, so we have for each of these intervention areas, we have a long list of grounding actions. We took inspiration from what the implementing institutions defined as the most important grounding actions for their specific institutions. So this map essentially, or this is an overview of the specific grounding actions that were chosen by the implementing institution, and we took that as kind of guideline for what could be important for institutions that were looking to develop citizen science or integrate citizen science into an institution. So the training programs are divided into, so we have 4 training programs, and we have developed a very detailed program for each of these 4 training programs, and they are aimed at the 4 intervention areas. So I can just give you sort of an idea of what they would look like. This is the training program for the research in methodology. It's a 2-hour-long program divided into 6 modules. We have a module on CS methodologies. We have a module on a decision framework for CS. How do you decide whether citizen science is good and is useful for your research? How do you plan your project? What about research data management, open science, communication, engagement, and volunteer mapping, and finally roadmaps for CS. So those are the elements of the training programs aimed at the intervention area research. And again, this is the level of detail you can find in our deliverable about this research project, about this training program. Because it's intended to be ultimately an online training program, we've divided into very short 2 minutes presentations that cover many different aspects, and then we have a quiz and a self-assessment included into it. So this is just for the decision framework. You can see there's an introduction, there's a reason for choosing citizen science methodology, defining the aim of the project, and so on. Very detailed elaboration of how do you decide whether citizen science is useful and appropriate for your research project. And section 4 here on data management, you can see again the level of detail that you can find in these in these training programs. So moving on to the next training program on education and awareness raising. Again, it's a 2-hour, 6-module training program with 6 modules on training and awareness raising for citizen science in RPOs, setting up training sessions for researchers and others in the RPO, including the trainer methodology. So really trying to get sort of others also being capable of training others at the institution. Training sessions for volunteers and learning experiences for volunteers, engaging with schools to do citizen science. Schools are quite often a useful collaborator in many citizen science in projects, so that's also a way to educate and raise awareness about citizen science. Signposting to or developing easily accessible material and communication and engagement. And again, the level of detail is the same for all these training programs. You can see these 2-minute or 1 to 2 minute slots that sort of go over the aspects in each of the 6 modules for education and awareness training. The 2 last training programs are not, they're only 1 hour long. They consist of each of the 4 modules. This is the training module or the training program on support resources and infrastructure. It has 4 elements. Successful institutional promotion of resources and infrastructure, the funding landscape for citizen science, ethical and legal guidelines for citizen science, and finally, we've heard a lot about this, contact points, institutional contact points. What are the steps to setting up an institutional contact point? We cover that in only 2 minutes in our program, so you can see there's a lot of, well, yeah, of course, it's very brief and for inspirational purposes only. And the 4th one delves on or into policy and assessment in RPO, so there's a module on strategies and policies, assessment criteria for citizen science, methodology approaches to developing an evaluation framework for citizen science, and finally a module on citizen science and RI. So we have these detailed programs, we have all the slides ready, we're currently trying them out at our own institution in Aarhus. So just here in October and November, we have 4 workshops on each of these 4 training sessions where we invite researchers and administrative staff and students at our own institutions to come and try out this material. Of course, it works a bit differently when we have them in person, so we're not able to do these 2-minute slots. I mean, that's a bit artificial when you're working with people in real life, but so we're trying to accommodate it to this setting, and we're gaining at least some experience and evaluations also of how these training programs work. So that's it for us, and thanks very much for listening, and if there's any questions, have
Sorry, not a question, just a comment. I already had the question. All of this is available on our Sonodo community, so find the TIME4CS. The deliverable is there, all those little fine 2-minute slots. And I would definitely recommend that if you do it in person, adapt it to your organizations, make it more than 2 minutes. When we're saying 2 hours, I think we run 2 of our workshops now. One of the lessons is that those 2-hour workshops, that's really not time enough. Because, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and people are, what? Yeah, so, there's, but if it's online, 2 hours is a long time. So stick to 2 hours, but if it's in person, then, expand it if you can.
Thank you. We have a question online, so I'm now going to one of the online moderators.
So the question comes from Andrea, and is how do these training modules link with the European Citizen Science Platform and its Moodle?
It will go on the EU Citizen Science Platform when it's finished. So we're currently fine-tuning all of the elements, and then it will come online on the EU Citizen Science. Yes.
And available too. Yeah. Thank you. Last question before we go to lunch.
Nobody else? Right. Thank you so much. This is super helpful. It looks incredibly comprehensive. You mentioned as target groups researchers, support staff, students.
Yes.
I don't hear management in there. Do we assume that management doesn't need to learn anything about citizen science, or that indeed even a small training on what's in it for us as a research institution, or why we cannot afford not to do it type thing? Short pitches that could be used, in working through layers of management, sensitizing them. Of course they're very busy people and they don't have time to go through the full trainings, but at least sort of getting them, what's in it for us in a nutshell.
Yes, no, you're right, and I should have mentioned management for some of the training sessions, and we've also been out at our implementing institutions to try out elements of what we've prepared, and there also management was involved. So certainly that's a relevant target group, and you have to aim at management levels at least for some of the areas that we cover here. It's very important.
Final question before lunch.
It's not a question, just a short comment that actually evidence-based, actually we got these trainings for management, and it was super helpful because the first thing is also to change your actually manager's perspective for including citizen science in strategies, so that was very helpful.
Thanks. This was a wonderful conclusion before the lunch.
There was actually
No. Oh, well. Final question. Maya, you can already come forward for explaining also the activities and optional activities after lunch.
Hello, I'm fascinated. I'm coming from Canada, and we have not the same kind of political approvals and use of citizen science. But what I'm really fascinated with is you're the first person who's mentioned actually including citizens in your work, and we have very strong citizen groups who are involved in our research, and they are the ones who are advising us in terms of how to do that and how to train people within the institutions. And I'm wondering, does that happen here? I mean, I'm just really intrigued. I'd love to know. And you were the first person who mentioned it, so I thought I'd try you.
Thanks for this intriguing question.
Yeah, it's an intriguing question, and I must admit that the training, when we developed these training programs, we did have university employees in mind, so it was a very internal system. And I think it's so part of the aim is of course also to enable researchers and other academic institutions to reach out and to engage with communities, as you say, and also include them in some of the training sessions and training programs that are available from the institutions and with the institutions. So I think it's very useful comment. I guess in European universities, vice versa, is perhaps not as good as some North American universities in engaging with specific communities. So maybe that's where we can learn from you guys.
Thank you. Also, thank you for your answer. Now we're nearly entering lunch. I have some questions. There's a attendee list going around. Please sign it. It's very important to us. It's here. Here's a pencil. We also have some whiteboards because we see that on many of the questions we do not have all the time to get all your answers and your ideas. Please feel free to enter your answers, ideas, questions, anything on the whiteboards. We love to collect it and to share it after the conference. Also look at all the beautiful pictures that Michiel already has been making. We have lunch, but for all the active people around, we have some optional activities, and Maya will explain a little bit about that. Yes. We're now at step 4 of our journey on grounding citizen science at the institutions. And this is about monitoring and evaluation. And one of the Mentimeter questions was also, how important is monitoring and evaluations of citizen science activities within organizations? I don't know, too. Very important? Important and not important. We do a pre and a post test, so we see whether there will be any changes in the poll after the presentation. So, this is what you have to do. See whether you can change a little bit from the pink to the blue. Yeah. Well, Abby and Margarita, please go ahead with your presentation, because I know you have a lot to say.
Hey everyone, welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had a restful break. So, Ellie and myself are going to present to you a little bit our experience with monitoring and evaluation from the INCENTIVE project, and then our colleagues from Center for Social Innovation will present their own part of their own portion of experiences from the TIME4CS project. So, first things first, put things into perspective. We have here 3 definitions. I will describe them very briefly. So, monitoring is the actual process of collecting data. Assessment, on the other hand, is the process of analyzing this data that we have collected with the purpose of sense-making, and it's an ongoing process. It's a dynamic process that evolves along with the citizen science projects and the hub activities. And last but not least comes evaluation, which provides closure to the entire monitoring and evaluation cycle, let's say. And it is the final stage, in a way, during which we review and analyze all the final data that has been accumulated. So in INCENTIVE, we followed a structured approach to monitoring and evaluation that consists of 6 steps. The basic premise behind this process is that we followed a results-oriented approach
on a theory of change based model, for instance, one could say. So we started by identifying where do we want to go by the end of the project and hub activities, and then we reverse engineered in a way how we need to approach the entire monitoring and evaluation process. Something's not really good with the changing of the slides. So the first stage is to identify the hub objectives. Sorry for this. So in the very beginning, you need to identify the core 2 or 3 maximum objectives of where do you want to go, what do you want the hub to achieve. And these objectives, of course, need to be based on a holistic understanding of what the project aims to achieve, and they also need to be discussed and validated with the citizen scientists as well as the stakeholders. Yes, we're missing the titles. So the second stage is the one in which we identify opportunities during which we can collect data. So we scanned the entire work plan of our project, and so where we have workshops, where we have events, so what are the opportunities for us to collect data, and who will do that and how? And the first step was to create indicators reflecting these data. So we crafted a big list of indicators that will help us measure our progress towards meeting the end objectives that we identified in the beginning. And this could be process indicators, outcome indicators, results indicators, perception indicators. Essentially, there are many different types of indicators. Those who work with data probably are already aware with that. And the fourth stage was to create the materials. So we actually sat down and created the questionnaires, the surveys, so all the tools that we would need for data collection. And last but not least was the decision on which evaluation techniques we would use in order to provide closure to the monitoring and evaluation process. So the first technique that we used was to ask the hubs to set their own targets, and at the end discuss with them whether these targets could be achieved eventually, and if they weren't, what the reason was. And the second assessment technique was to validate our results with the public, so go out and ask the stakeholders whether they actually believe that the project has achieved its objectives. And the third technique was to compare the outcomes with worldwide trends. So we looked at EU documents, EU databases, and so what is happening outside. So are we catching up with those trends within our hubs? The last step is to verify our entire approach and implement it. So we made sure that the people that would collect data in our project really understood what they had to do, were familiar with the materials and the process, and we also provided training to them on how to do the data collection. And a very important part of our project were our quarterly data reflection and fine-tuning meetings, during which our consortium convened, and we actually went through the data that had been collected so far in order to see where we're standing, whether we're making progress towards our goals, and discuss about our challenges and our future plans.
Hello, do you hear? Wrapping up from taking the next step of what Margareta said is that what we did is to finally implement this monitoring and evaluation framework with, of course, many efforts from the 4 citizen science hubs that we have created as a project. And in order for us to actually see how what our progress was in embedding citizen science in these RPFOs, we focused on 3 main objectives in this monitoring and evaluation framework. So first we have grounding RRI in society. Second, we have transforming how RPFOs create impact and interact with their surroundings. Maybe this is better. And then we have advancing sustainable development at the local, regional and global level. So as you see, with its objective, we delve deeper and deeper into embedding citizen science in the RPFOs. And this is, I would like to present some of the results that we had after all this big and long procedure. So what we see here is the results per objective during the monitor, which come from the monitoring that has been performed during the piloting phase of the citizen science hubs. So what we see regarding the first objective is that we have some very positive first results, both in promoting good practices in citizen science and in cultivating a more scientifically interested and literate society, as well as in enhancing fruitful stakeholder interactions. And the important thing here is that we also identified some needs for the future of these hubs. So, for example, we identified the need for more efforts in making scientists understand what citizen science is, as well as for making citizens see the full potential of their participation in citizen science. And then we have the need for more tailored efforts in raising awareness of science, because we have citizen science hubs with different starting points and different paces. And of course, we identified the need for more effort in including more quadruple-click stakeholders categories in these procedures. Regarding the second objective, what we see is that the efforts towards transforming how RPFOs create impact and interact with their surroundings, we set the ground, but of course we need to increase the efforts in that direction. And we identified the need for more meaningful and deep engagement of citizens, also in institutional level, and for more updated regulations and standards. And finally, in our third objective, what we see is that, of course, since we're talking here about making progress towards the sustainable development goals, so we maybe have made progress towards quality education, which makes sense since we just started and we created citizen science hubs from scratch and it's out of universities. But of course there is room for improvement in addressing gender and diversity issues, but we have identified a momentum in the interest of citizens and citizen scientists as well in engaging with their surroundings and city challenges and see how to find solutions for them through citizen science. And finally, what we see regarding creating societal, economic, and democratic and scientific impact is that we mainly managed to have some positive results in empowering the citizens and introducing more democratic ways of collaboration. So we thought that it would be interesting to actually see a bit closer the case of the University of Twente, since we are here, and what we see is that, as Margareta said at the beginning, all the 4 universities have set some targets at the beginning of their piloting phase. And regarding objective 1, UT focused on keeping their citizen science project participants engaged. And what they have managed is to create an interesting and meaningful experience for their participants. Regarding objective 2, their focus was, their focus was on streamlining society engagement, gender equality, and mutual learning and networking. And we see that they were very strong in both in the citizen science projects, in meetings that they deployed and activities, and they seem to be very mature and efficient in engaging externals, and managed to achieve gender balance in their activities and in internal structures. But while they were performing their pilot activities, they saw that they should shift from mutual learning and networking more to awareness raising, but still they managed to reach their goals in mutual learning as well, which is very nice. And finally, regarding objective 3, their focus was on building capacity in older and younger people and on democratic procedures. And what we saw here is that they struggled in reaching out to younger and older demographics, and they identified the need for more explicit attention to their future endeavors on reaching to these audiences. But of course, we see that they managed to spark interest in collaborating with others to solve problems, and an increase in the trust in science that the citizens have reported. And finally, their citizen science project outputs were of great value for inclusion and inequality issues. And with this, I will wrap up this session. For us, it is important, I mean, we have some questions that arise from all this. So you saw a very compact version of what we did. If you have any suggestions, further improvements and stuff like that, we will be interested to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita and Ellie. Time for one question for Margarita or Ellie. And Teresa can start to prepare her presentation.
Or we can have a presentation from
Teresa.
Here you are
already.
We can combine questions.
Yeah, perfect.
For time saving. Thanks for this very nice starting. So I don't need to explain all the basics of evaluation anymore. I can directly jump into my presentation. Sorry. Okay. I'm Teresa Schäfer. I'm coming from the Center for Social Innovation. I'm here with my colleague Claudia. And we did the evaluation and impact assessment of the Time for Citizen Science project. And as you have heard, in Time for Citizen Science, we tried to go to 4 research organizations that have not supported citizen science so far, and we tried to change something there. It is in the project. And what we had as a task was to evaluate if this change was happening and what were the consequences of all the things that we did, and were there also maybe some unintended consequences that we did not expect, and also learn from the process to give some recommendations for other research performing organizations on how to stimulate and trigger citizen science in the organizations. And as we just heard, so that's we are here now in point number 4, evaluation and impact assessment. So we did all these roadmaps and actions, and then we start to evaluate it. And as you just heard, if you start to evaluate, you start with a set of indicators. And this looks very complicated, and you don't need to get all the details. But what I just wanted to show you is that if you think about institutional change, we have to think about 2 layers. There's the institutional layer, the things, the structures, the infrastructures that are changing, the trainings that are changing, the policies that are adapted with regard to citizen science. But then there's of course the individual level, and I think we heard it in your presentation, right? So the skills and the attitudes and the behavior and all this interest goes in citizen science. So we need both if we want to really trigger change. And that's also why we said, okay, we would like to look at both levels here in our evaluation. And we clustered our indicators according to these 4 intervention areas that have been presented before. So that's how we looked at that. So for instance, we said, okay, in the education and awareness, we have indicators that relate to training, to events, to champions, and so on. So that's how we came up with a set of initial indicators. That should guide our work. But as we heard also before, I mean, when you start, it's always interesting to know where you're starting from. What is the starting base? So what we did is that we went to our financing organizations and we did some initial stock taking. That means we went to organizations and looked how is the institutional support for citizen science when we start a project. And you asked the question before, were there differences in the universities? Yeah, we had some differences, but what we can say is that it was in all universities very difficult for citizen science. There was no institutional support. And I think the best case was still KTU with Elia. You have seen her today because she was already a citizen science champion and she had already first citizen science projects. But in the other 3 institutions, there was hardly any citizen science champion, and if there were already, like in CRG, 2 projects, then there was no knowledge about that, and no interest of other researchers. So we were really in an environment where researchers were telling us, why should we implement citizen science? What does this bring to us? So that's what we learned with the first stock-taking exercise, and what I wanted to show you as well is that we then continued with the stock-taking exercise to see how this is changing. And then we had some additional evaluation instruments that we used to grasp institutional changes in individuals, and to learn about the implementation process. I will not go very much into the details of these instruments, but they are available. So if you are interested to look into your organizations and make some stock taking, we have these documents available where you can just go through a template and see how could I take a look at my organization, and do I already support citizen science. We had, of course, the planning of activities like logic models. That's how we prepared. So we said, okay, what are the planned activities? Who are the engaged actors? What do we expect? How can we evaluate that? We had a very nice Miro board session, as you had in INCENTIVE, with a huge Miro board. This was just recently where we invited the implement organizations to have a workshop with us and really reflect on the whole process of Time for Citizen Science and tell us what worked, what did not work, what was the impact, where were the green lights, where were the red lights, what can we learn from that in the very different contexts of our participant organizations. So this was really interesting also as an insight for our final report. We of course did also interviews with people who are rather outside of the core teams of the project. So we went to managers, researchers who were partly involved, mainly only one activity, and we asked them, how do you perceive citizen science in your organization? Did it change in the last 3 years? So these were all the things that we did. And I will only shortly talk you through the things. This is really very new. We just had our final workshops recently, so I tried to sum it up. And again, you don't need to look at the details, but I want to really slowly show you what we could reach within the different organizations. So you got to know Martha from CRG before, and they really started at a basis with no institutional change, and what they reached within the project, that they started to support citizen science in a more formal manner. And what did we mean by this formal manner? There was a group who started to work on citizen science with people from different departments, and they started to work on citizen science guidelines. They started to work on a section for internet where they collected material. They were the ones who had first training to understand what citizen science is. Now they even have a citizen science contact point, but it was a long process to go there. This was not something that they would have at the beginning. And just to also frame that, I mean, in our 4 implementing organizations, there was not a funding for 4 persons to support a project. So it was really something that happened next to all the other activities that is driving this change. And so what we can see is that there was a formation of a citizen science core group from very different offices, the strategy and funding offices, the communication department, the learning department. They all did together, work together and brought in their viewpoints on what is citizen science for CRG and how can they support it and why should they support it. They now have the citizen science contact plans, they have plans, contact point, they have plans to further sustain it. There was the first section of material collected for researchers to get informed about citizen science, but we heard a lot about training, but we learned, if you go to a university and you say to researchers, we have a training about citizen science, hardly anybody will show up because they are completely overloaded with work. So that's why you have to start small. Yeah? Start with a small team, raise awareness, reach out to some of the researchers, start to spread the word around. So in CRG also we had first citizen science ambassadors who were part of the first trainings that were organized by the project by Gita and Christian, what we heard today, and they were super happy with the trainings. And as we just heard today, there are two new citizen science proposals. There were guidelines developed, there was an institutional policy developed and never launched because it's too early for CRG to have an institutional policy. Yeah, so there's things that really happen. And we see changes on an individual level, but not amongst all researchers. We have to go step by step. We have a core team. They get more aware about citizen science. They reach out. We have more ambassadors. That's how it goes. We cannot expect after 3 years project to have hundreds of researchers. At least not in these cases, not in our cases. We had a very similar picture in the University of San Raffaele.
Teresa, can you start your final famous minute?
Oh. Okay. This was quite similar with CRG. We had an even more complex picture with Tyndall, which is an institute specialized in photonics. They really had difficulties to find where is the overlapping with citizen science. But what they did, what is really interesting, they had really not a lot of support in their institutions. They bundled forces with other high-risk universities and institutions within the project. They really reached out and said, okay, if we don't have the capacities, can we bundle forces with others? And that's what they did in the project. They really reached out and started to network. And we have Katie, I don't need to explain it, you did it already. Okay. Okay, this changed a little bit from them.
Can you make a selection?
Yeah. Okay. What I wanted to say is what we learned is start small, start in interdisciplinary teams, get different people together, have a very in-depth training for these first people that they know what citizen science is and what different shapes it can take. Start with these people, invite scientists to join this group step by step. Invite external speakers, the ones who really are the role models, the ones who can explain and show practical experiences, and then start to work on first material, first training. So it's stepwise, and all the trainings ideally are very practical and very much tied to the specific context of the university. Yeah. So this and many more suggestions that we will summarize in our final reports. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm sorry if I took too long.
One question for the three ladies. So who dares? Margaret.
But now this feels rude if there's only one question.
You were first.
Well, I hope it's a question that is relevant for many people. You've covered a lot of factors, and of course, at some stage, if you're going to measure it, you have to choose things that can be measured. And I would propose that maybe the overarching thing is we're talking about culture change, and culture change is famously hard to pinpoint and to track. Did you, amongst all these different factors that you could track, did you feel like one is a really strong proxy indicator for now we're starting to see a culture change? Is there one that really felt like, okay, now we start to see that people are getting it and feeling it? Or is that such a magic thing not really emerging?
Well, I think this, luckily this relates very much also to what we heard this morning from Simon. From the case study analysis that UCL was doing, so we really saw that if there are people from different departments getting together and working on citizen science, this is one very important indicator, so that you don't have one department but several who share their views. As, for instance, also the citizen science champions, the one who really are interested. If it's a growing number, this is a very nice indicator. Trainings, having first trainings that maybe are even certified is an interesting indicator. Then the citizen science contact point turned to be also the key thing in initiating this change. So just to name some of the very important ones. Yeah.
Margarita Nelly?
Yeah.
One addition?
In our case, I would say. In our case, I would say, if it was a sole indicator, it would be citizens' trust in science. So it was one thing that emerged, especially from the University of Twente, that the hands-on activities on which the prospective citizen scientists participated in actually did help them increase their trust and their belief, let's say, in citizen science. It made them more confident that citizen science can actually be done and deliver actual results.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellie, Margarita, and Teresa. Thank you very much. Applause. Yes, see whether there's any change. Well, the same, more or less, but we see that's very important to monitor and evaluate. I think we have the next Mentimeter question setting out, and that's actually if you want to have citizen science real staying at the university after those brilliant projects, what is needed? These were your answers. Funding, education, engagement, and openness are four important answers you gave. Well, that's very insightful and interesting. Let's go then to step 5 about sustainability and replication of citizen science. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Asia Sanikova. I'm working at the European Science Foundation, and I'm here with my colleague Adam, with whom we will also manage the interactive session after the step 5 presentation. And at the TIME4CS project, we lead the task which is related to the development and implementation of the institutional roadmaps. And we coordinate the entire process with the implementing organizations. And now I would like to talk about the sustainability, because this is something that is very important from the very beginning of the designing the institutional roadmaps, and then until the very end of the project, and of course beyond the project. I'm also very happy to share this stage today with the colleagues from INCENTIVE project from the University of Twente, who will take the floor after me and talk about the Vilnius Agreement, and also our colleagues from Helix, who will present the innovative platform, the Helix platform, and then we will be happy to answer your questions after all 3 presentations, if you have questions, of course. To start, the reflection on sustainability under the TIME4CS project. First of all, when we talk about the institutional roadmaps, we talk about the living documents. So from the very beginning, the roadmaps are designed with sustainability in mind. Because even if you check the title of TIME4CS project, it's about supporting sustainable institutional change. So once you think, you start even thinking about how you approach citizen science at the institutional level, you from the very beginning have this sustainability thinking in mind. And when you think about the institutional roadmaps that Alessio explained, these are the institutional action plans that have all these concrete measures, concrete actions that in our project we called the grounded actions. And all these grounding actions, they are linked to each other and they are put in a common strategy, in the common framework, with a timeline, with common short-term goals, mid-term, and long-term thinking. When we talk about these short-term goals, we of course, from a methodological point of view, we talk about the grounding actions that are achievable and applicable during the life cycle of the project. But from the very beginning, as I said, we need to provide the basis for middle-term and long-term institutional change. And that is why one of the three guiding principles that our implementing organization had in mind from the very beginning is, of course, this long-viewing sustainability thinking, in addition to self-tailoring their institutional roadmaps and also fast-tracking. The idea of TIME4CS project, when we speak about the designing and implementing the roadmaps, is that they are all self-tailored, they are very personalized, and they take into account specific institutions' needs, resources, and baseline, which was also underlined by Teresa. And that is why the stock-taking exercise at the very beginning was very important. And when we worked with the implementing organizations on how to approach the roadmaps and also sustainability, we had a very close cooperation with the evaluation workshop, with the evaluation work package, and our colleagues from the design. Also, from methodological point of view, we started our activities on approaching the institutional roadmaps from developing so-called common framework. So we suggested the guiding principles and all strategy, how it can be designed and implemented, and then we left the decisions and all different ideas on how to approach it at institutional levels to the implementers themselves. And then we coordinated and elaborated it all together. So from the very beginning, when we were talking about roadmaps development, we had this sustainable institutional change in mind, and then we had at least initial sustainability thinking on each grounded action that the implementing organizations had in mind to be applied in their own institutions. Then we had the phase of roadmaps implementation, and the activities plans were carried out, of course adapted to different challenges, needs and resources of each institution. And then by the end of the project, as it is now the final year of the project, we asked the implementing organizations to do substantial thinking about sustainability and to work on sustainability plan. In order to have clear linkages between what has been already developed and implemented and the plans for the future, we asked them to think about the grounded actions that have already been implemented, if some of them can be continued after the project ends, or if there is a possibility to design new grounded actions that can then have a direct relation to previous grounded actions and maybe help their sustainability. So when we talk about the sustainability plan, the idea was to divide it into two sub-periods from a methodological point of view. We have so-called post-project period and then stabilization period. And of course, for the post-project period, we can talk about more concrete actions because this is very close. While for stabilization period, it's more like about hypothetical reflection on what can be done in addition, and what are the resources, what are the needs, and if there is still interest to citizen science once TIME4CS project is over. So as I said, we are very much interested in co-designing and discussing with the implementing organizations the creation of new grounding actions that are closely linked to the existing ones. So they complement each other. And also, what are the institutional possibilities if there could be another team or the same team that take over, and what are the additional institutional arrangements needed, if any. And also, what could be these internal and external stakeholders who would be potentially interested in supporting citizen science and further activities. And to wrap up, I would like to finish with some examples from TIME4CS experiences from what our implementing organizations have suggested. And before I start, I would like to tell also that by the end of December, we will release the compilation of final roadmaps of all implementing organizations with specific sections on sustainability plans for each implementing partner. So we invite you to check them once it is available on Zenodo, and you will find concrete practices and concrete sustainability plans. So, as already mentioned many times today, one of the main sustainability measures is, of course, having the citizen science as part of institutional goals. Not necessarily the specific policy about citizen science, but at least having citizen science, open science as a broader concept in the institutional priorities. Otherwise, there could be objective difficulties to get funding, to get team, to get possibility for additional communication activities, etc. Then, of course, having citizen science institutional contact points is a driver of change. Here we discuss lots of possibilities. If this task can be given to already existing team member, to add it to existing mandate, or if it can be the person specifically hired for doing this, or it could be just a consultant for the time being, and then more the institution has taste for citizen science and interest in citizen science. We hope that it will expand. Of course, funding, the main issue that comes all the time. And here we are lucky to have also different possibilities like internal funding, all kind of things, grants, etc. But also national funding, and I know that our implementing organizations have also participating in other citizen science projects, including the proposal stage for now, which are also, we hope, a nice possibility to have financial opportunities. One of the very interesting measures how to ensure sustainability is to make use and to benefit from the training program that was developed under TIME4CS project by our partners from our University, and adding citizen science component into induction course for newly recruited staff, also to PhD course, etc., in order to create, in order to make citizen science as part of research culture, trying to encourage application of citizen science by staff by default. And then all different communications activities and trying to have everything related to citizen science in one place. And also a possibility to assess citizen science activities and researchers' evaluation. This is something that can also help to encourage researchers to pay more attention to sustainability. And now I'm happy to give the floor to the partners from INCENTIVE, and then after all three presentations are done, I will be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you very much. At this moment, we will have a presentation of Greta. She will join online with a presentation, and then Edita will complement the story of Greta. Let's start, Edita.
Hello. Yes.
We hear Greta.
Apologies.
We hear you.
Can you hear me right?
We hear you right.
Great. Okay, my apologies for not being with you, but I have some health issues. And as you see my presentation. So as Aisha just mentioned, sustainability is a key issue. And as part of the INCENTIVE project, there are two main elements to work towards the vision of institutional roadmap and sustainability for the future. And these have to deal with, on one side, the memorandum of collaboration, jointly signed by different actors and the different stakeholders of the Citizen Science Hub, and also an action plan that has all the actions undertaken in order to grant the sustainability, just as Asia mentioned. And what we're presenting today is the example of the Vilnius Agreement, and I thank Alita for being on stage with us and she can complement this presentation. If you can go to the next slide, I will just briefly, tell you that each of our Citizen Science Hub are signing a memorandum of collaboration to ensure the continued collaboration within the actors of the Citizen Science Hub beyond the end of the project. And this agreement is something that has been already signed. Vilnius was the partner of INCENTIVE to sign it first on June 20th, and you see a picture there. And this was during our semester meeting back in June of this year. And the scope of the agreement is, as Elita will have the chance of eventually telling you about, is to set up a set of principles related with the institutional changes that can foster further the collaboration beyond the time of the project. And the objectives are multiple, and you see it. You see it in the next slide, if you could move forward, because the agreement is not only signed by each specific Citizen Science Hub, but also it's a joint memorandum of collaboration that is signed by the 4 Citizen Science Hub together to ensure that there's the opportunity of creating an infrastructures across Europe. Our role in the process has been of supporting the institutional changes and setting up a framework and an infrastructure for the objective of collaborations. So there's a 2-level set of work here. On the one side, you have local action plans to make sure that the Citizen Sciences Hub at the local level can be sustainable beyond the time of the project. And at the same time, there's a joint memorandum of collaboration, which is signed among all the different Citizen Science Hub of INCENTIVE, which are 4, for the purpose of making sure that there's also a network of collaboration going on across Europe, and in this case, between the different Citizen Science Hub established through the INCENTIVE project. And here you see the picture of the signing of this memorandum of collaboration with the 4 Citizen Science Hub. The key point here, and I will focus mainly on the joint memorandum of collaboration, is to ensure areas of collaboration across Citizen Science Hub. As you can see from the next slide, this is about reaching different objectives, and also setting up the forms of collaboration, and also setting up some governance elements like how to make sure that supporters can collaborate and for how long this memorandum of collaboration will last, which I anticipate is for a 2-year after the project. And basically, as you see here, this is the picture of the document. But in general terms, the objectives of collaboration to start with, you can find in my next slide, talk about the awareness, which is extremely relevant for policymakers, for researchers, for citizens to have about the potential role of beneficiaries, of individuals, of citizens in offering their views about, how services should be designed, how they should be run, what needs they have, and how they should be addressed. And this is a key point because, as we hear from the literature, but also from practice, it is extremely important to reduce the gaps between the efficiency of some services and their effectiveness to ensure that the direct beneficiaries, the individuals and citizens, participate. But sometimes the direct beneficiaries are not necessarily just citizens. For example, in TIME4CS, researchers are another type of main stakeholder. And so what's important to do through the collaboration agreement is really to make sure that policymakers and the general public understand the potential of citizen science in reaching better results in service delivery. And also, that's our first objective of collaboration. How to do it? Well, first, by increasing the quality of the current initiatives in citizen science through the dissemination of the tools and methods that we have been developed throughout INCENTIVE. And for these reasons, as you can find in the chat, but also I'm sure at the conference, I encourage all of you to visit the website of INCENTIVE to find all the material that has been developed and the ones that will be released at the end of the project 136, which is basically January of next year, because there will also be a replication guide, which is also very useful in order to understand how you can establish, run, and make sustainable the citizen science hubs and overall the ecosystem. The third objective of the collaboration is to make sure that citizen science hubs exchange all opportunities that they come across, ranging from the policy insights to funding opportunities, and facilitate good practice among them, which is again one of the scopes of our joint memorandum of collaboration, for the purpose of making sure that from an awareness perspective, from an upgrade in the methodologies and the tools used, we can eventually create conditions to further develop the culture of citizen science and this diffusion across organizations throughout Europe to foster again the capacity of delivering service correctly. If we move forward to the next slide, the forms of collaboration that we set up are, for example, in the form of events, seminar, workshops, and I think that the conference that you're attending is a great example of this, because it is the second time that TIME4CS and Incentives, that are two separate EU projects, go in the direction of sharing and creating synergic connections among the scope of their projects for the purpose of creating a robust culture and a robust awareness throughout Europe about citizen science. Another element that's also very important is, again, joint implementation of programs, of new projects, of funding opportunities, and exchange of information, as well as the role of experts in these workshops, seminars, and events in order to further create opportunities of knowledge contamination and leading practice exchange. So to sum up with my next slide, if we could, we have got different results. First, moving towards the diffusion of citizen science in the European society, what we have achieved so far is the monitoring of citizen science impact in society across our project. And also, we have supported, also with this joint memorandum of collaboration, the establishment of a citizen science hub infrastructure across different countries of Europe, focusing on different areas of service and policies to create and foster the awareness of citizen science as a mean to deliver better services. So if we can move to the following slide. As I said at the beginning, the duration of this agreement is for now set in 2 years, but it doesn't mean that in a couple of years' time a new MOU can be signed and things can be further extended if needed. So this is basically it, and I really thank you for your support. And if Alida eventually wants to talk more about the MOU specifically signed at Vilnius, that would be great. And I think it could be done during the Q&A part. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta.
Can you hear me now? It's okay or no? It's okay?
Okay. First of all, it's a honor for us to call it Vilnius Agreement, or
Vilnius Memorandum. Thank you, Maya. She suggested that name. So, and you're always welcome to sign all your agreement in Vilnius. Then that would increase the popularity with our country and with our city. And of course, this memorandum is about sustainability. But sustainability lies not only in memorandum, but it lies in our co-creation activities, in our collaboration, in trust which we gained during this project. So I would like to highlight the value of the project because of our activities which we did together, and that we gained this trust, but we can implement projects like this, that we can be useful for society, doing science with society and for society. And I think if we plan future projects, we always know who to contact with, because you don't approach organizations or hubs, you approach people, real people who work in these organizations, the same as in our organization. And maybe we had most difficulties in the beginning of the projects. We are looking very, very optimistic to the future. And we are happy and thank you for all partners which were on this road with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elisa. Joanna, presentation before we go and interactive workshops. Please take your time.
Thank you. So my name is Joanna Swartz. I'm part of the CrowdElix team that is involved in the TIME4CS project. It's a pleasure to be here. And I will speak just a little bit about keeping the citizen science community alive. So I would like to share with you our experience in the TIME4CS project. So we were involved in the project to create the citizen science e-links. First of all, I would like to clarify what CrowdElix is. So CrowdElix is an open innovation platform that gathers researchers, that gathers innovative companies in order to plan and develop groundbreaking collaborative projects. So what you see here is the citizen science e-links that is available in our platform, and as you can see, it has up to now more than 700 experts, more than 200 organizations and 50 countries. So e-links are the main focus of the collaborations, okay? And we try to focus on the world's biggest challenges and opportunities as they emerge. What is an e-links? e-links is an international community of collaboration group inside this online platform. They are focusing on specific R&D areas, and right now we have more than 50 e-links available. Some of the examples of the e-links that are relevant for citizen science are here, but I must dare to say that for me, the 50 e-links make sense for citizen science. So there's a potential of collaboration here, of collaboration intelligence, that is our focus, in order to create synergies and to ground citizen science in all R&D projects. That's what we really would like to highlight here. So our e-links are custom-built collaboration platforms. So this means that you can participate and users can use it proactively to post and respond to collaboration opportunities, to target specific horizon calls. So we also try to have tangible results. So it's not only to interact, to share, but also to try to find and fund new projects. During today, I heard a lot of different dimensions, and it was really a pleasure to have the opportunity to hear all of the interventions. But I think that there were 3 areas that were highlighted: awareness, support, and funding. So we believe that the creation of this type of communities can support 3 of these dimensions. So why? Because we create awareness through opportunities and results. We can provide a really interesting base of support with the different stakeholders, with the different projects that are presented in the e-links, and of course funding. So funding is also a very relevant and important dimension of this ILIX. And of course the community is based upon their stakeholders, their users, and we have right now more than 30,000 users, more than 1,700 organizations, and a lot of collaboration opportunities going on, and several of them are projects that are funded. And so in terms of success stories, I would like to highlight there's a lot of relevant opportunities going on in the citizen science ILIX. So this is just a view of what you can expect. The first image that I share with you is a more static image to present the ILIX, but here lies the art of the citizen science ILIX. So the possibility of posting opportunities and the possibility of sharing results. Here you can see the different type of opportunities that you can share. You can see here the events are also very highlighted. So this final conference, another citizen science event dedicated to the co-design tools for cities at the week for regions, a project proposal that is being prepared for a specific call, another call for applications for the new European Bauhaus. So as you can see, there's a diversity of opportunities being posed, and that means that when you are part of this community of this ILIX, you can reply, you can share also your expertise and try to join these different projects. So for creating awareness, for providing support, and for funding, this community is open, is alive, and we invite you all to join it, try it. You can find it in this QR code, the link to directly join as part of the results of the Citizen Science ILIX and the TIME4CS project. And last but not least, I would like also to highlight this possibility of sharing results, and I hope that soon we will have more results from the TIME4CS project, but also from the INCENTIVE project, that I will be very happy to have the project results there. And here we just would like to highlight this potential of sharing the results in terms of disseminations. For instance, the training activities that were developed in the TIME4CS project will also be part of these results. And so it's really important to share and to maintain the sustainability of the project through collaboration and through sharing information. Last but not the least, just a brief overview of what we aim to achieve in terms of benefits and what we propose in terms of benefits of the citizen science ILIX. So accelerated progress, so we really want to leverage insights and resources to develop new citizen science projects. Of course, not only citizen science projects, but research and innovation projects, but with a focus on citizen science. Facilitated collaboration, so a streamlined collaboration process, so the platform is really intuitive and easy to use. Promote connection between the different members and experts, organizations, and try to really pursue mutual benefits. Expert guidance and support, so you can always find there some support from experienced professionals in different areas, because as you saw, we have 50 ILIXs, so when you post an opportunity, you can share with different ILIXs depending on what you need and what you want to find. Okay? Project impact, as you saw, with promoting resources, facilitating connections, even uptake of results or multiplication of results. Global reach, we started by being mostly a European network, but we are increasing our range, and the aim is to be an international open innovation community. And last but not least, funding opportunities, because as mentioned, it's really important to have funding that allow us to proceed with projects and with new activities and to promote this changing in culture that we really need to pursue. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. Well, you ended with funding, and that was also in the middle of the word cloud, what's needed to keep citizen science at universities. I understood that Francesca wanted to society. Last word before we go to the interactive workshops. Francesca.
Hey, yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation as well. We just wanted to add, I have some slides there as well, but I'm not even going into them right now because we're way over time. That as part of our sustainability efforts in our work package, we also established a LinkedIn group, a virtual citizen science hub, which I know that many of you are already part of. But just a quick overview of what we do there is we really want to connect all our hubs online in a virtual space. And this is with the aim to continue after the project as well, again, keeping sustainability in mind. So we would love it if you join us and keep updated on what the hubs are doing, but also share your own resources, projects, events. The community is already active, it's thriving and growing, and you can also find it on these beautiful badges. It's the very last link, and yeah, please join us and keep updated on what the hubs are doing. Thank you so much.
Actually, went to all your slides while you were presenting it, so we also got your slides. Thank you very much. We're now nearly finalizing this beautiful day where TIME4CS and INCENTIVE share the project results, and you had an interactive session on all the results. And what we will do is we have a panel discussion with many of the advisory board members, plus Barend. Advisory board members plus Barend.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a special guest. Yeah. We also have what's his name? Francois, also one of the advisory board members. What we will do, hi Francois, I will start with you before we start to asking the panel members here in the room. And what we're going to do is ask them some questions. I prepared a few questions, but if you have a question, just let me know. And because we've been hearing so much experiences today, what we try with the panel discussion is see whether they can help us to converge. What are the main messages? What's the main takeaway? What's the main advice when you want to ground citizen science at universities? So let's see whether they help us or whether they make us even more confused about all the results of today. I'll start with you, Francois. You've been hearing many of the project results of today. What would be your advice and also to whom? Do you have advice for researchers or to managers or others? Could you reflect on that, Francois?
Sure, thank you, and thank you for your patience with me being online rather than in person. I would much rather be there with you and have enjoyed this more fully. But I wanted to, first of all, congratulate you on what you've achieved and on this very significant day for two projects. What I see, in a nutshell, as coming out of these projects is a much more mature world of citizen science in Europe, showing us that it's possible to build and stabilize initiatives. And I'm thinking in particular about the hubs that have been created, for example, that this is something that can be scaled here in Europe. And I think one of the thoughts that I would leave behind, though, because I think it's in everyone's mind, we rely on the European Union for support here in Switzerland, and I would like to thank you, on behalf in particular of my colleagues in Zurich, for including Switzerland in these projects through our colleagues at Citizen Science Center Zurich. Here in Switzerland, we're, I think, more aware than ever of the importance of these European collaborations. And I'm just wondering, how we can globalize what's been achieved here, how we can take the lessons learned and help other countries as well outside of the European Union to benefit from this. Just in connection with that, I think what is vital is the issue of funding. Are there sustainable business models that allow citizen science initiatives like the ones that have been generated here to really prosper in the long term, possibly without public resources, or at least with new constellations of public funding. So I leave you with those two thoughts, globalization and stabilization or sustainability as challenges for the future.
Thank you very much, Francois. So let's stay in Europe, but go to the rest of the world as well. Thank you very much. Any other questions to Francois at the moment? Oh, thank you. Let's go to the panel. Uta, you started this conference with a question: do we need citizen science at European universities? What's your answer to that?
Well, I hope it's still, well, I know it's still a yes for me. I hope it's a yes for the rest of you as well. Yes, we started off the day with that question, but I tried to nuance it immediately to say, let's not forget just how diverse citizen science is. Embrace that diversity. And I love the sentence that you just made in the other room, which really epitomizes some of the different forms where you say, your constituency, the municipalities that you represent and your authorities, we need solutions, we don't need science. And I think that just really represents really well, some of what we call citizen science is so locally driven. It's so important to manage those expectations, to deliver on them, and not always push science, but provide science expertise, scientific expertise into those initiatives. I think that's a really important notion that sort of epitomizes these various roles now that you have to take on as scientists, and it comes with a responsibility, and not always look out for how many papers can I write out of this. I have much more, but I'm sure there'll be other opportunities.
Yeah, so what you say is citizen science is a means, but don't forget why we're doing that. Patricia.
Yeah. Thank you. I consider myself here as a representative of society or the public, or in my case it is the Dutch municipalities that face huge challenges and need solutions and could use all kinds of expertise and knowledge to solve those challenges. But looking from the perspective of those municipalities and those grand societal challenges, when you look from that perspective with glasses on, through those societal challenges to the world of science and expertise, you see many organizations. You see universities, but also advisory boards, you see plan agencies, you see vocational studies and institutions, you see consultants, and all of them have something to offer. And when you work in a municipality as a policy officer and you need to solve things in health prevention, it is very difficult to decide which institution or which agent you should turn to get your problems fixed and solved within a reasonable time. So my advice to you would be, please continue to establish citizen science hubs within the universities, but make very clear what they have to offer and in what respect your products differ from those that are already there. And there's so many. So help the municipalities or the policy officers to choose and to fix their problems into reasonable solutions. That would be my advice. And thank you very much for inviting me, having me, and all the beautiful work you've done.
Thank you, Patricia. I think you also make us aware that we also have to look from outside to in. What do we offer to all those people outside to meet the challenges? And we should be very clear in that. And the hubs could be play an important role in that. Yeah, thank you. Any questions to Patricia about that? No? Then we move to Giacomo.
Yeah.
Could you maybe say something about what surprised you most? What do you think is the most important?
Yeah, I run a little, I would say, citizen hub, non-profit based in Italy on city making. So I was surprised how big this movement is in a way, and I will give you free advices if I can, in form of an acronym, because it's very popular to do it, so it's not ESG, but it's PFG. So the first letter is private involvement. Let company in your organization, in your hub. They have their own citizen science hub, actually. In London, they just opened, Google and Samsung, for example, a big non-store. They don't sell anything there, they just experiment with people, and they invest a lot of money in it. And also big manufacturer like you have here in the Netherlands or Germany or France and Italy, they are opening up to people their research unit and so on. So P. F is format, so don't underestimate, as you know, communication, and let's use existing format to let people in. I wouldn't say hackathon because it's a bit misused, but for example, Pekachuka or on conferences, or even brands like TEDx University, which was really successful also in the Netherlands to let people in through a format. And the third, P, private, F, format, G, governance. Think about setting up a legal entity, maybe, to detach a bit from your mother university or Gemeente, the town hall or whatever, was the founder, so that others could be incorporated in your association, for example, if you will pick this governance tool. So you can have citizens as associates paying annual fee, for example, or big companies, small companies or institutions in a separate governance from the university. You will have maybe more trouble in organizing it, but you will get more people involved. So PFG, private, format, and governance.
Thank you. Any questions about the PFG? No, everybody loves it, I guess. Yeah, thank you very much. Ekla. What would be the results of which the project members would be most proud?
Okay, thinking about the results and like my takeoffs from this meeting, I would say it is inclusive balance. That's what I'm taking from this meeting, and I think that's a main result what we are trying to achieve. First of all, balance between top-down support from the management of institution and these grassroots initiatives, activism, like people who are passionate about citizen science, and they are kind of a driving force in the institutions, this bottom-up approach. So balance between top-down and bottom-up approach. Second, I would say a balance between disciplines, because what we were talking all about is that citizen science resides in the interdisciplinary environment, and we should embrace and foster different disciplines to cooperate together. And finally, I would say balance the funding, because what we were talking here about is also was about that we cannot just rely on European funding, right? So we have to diversify portfolios, funding portfolios from different sources, and I here agree with Giacomo, who was emphasizing also this private funds, private initiatives. So balancing funding portfolios to keep citizen science hubs running further and assuring sustainability from different sources, I would say, would be the third and also very important aspect.
Thank you, Regina. So, I think you want to say something about it.
I wanted to pass the...
You want to make it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because you were far from...
No, I wanted to the last question, but fine, Norbert. What would you advise to
Yeah, so
today?
first of all, thank you for all the hard work you have put into these two projects. Really good results. But also showing that it's still a long way to go. especially when I see your evaluation results with a lot of leads and first steps made, so it shows that there's still a lot to do in this field. Citizen science is not the only way to solve these local problems, so there are more approaches, and I hope that the exchange between citizen science initiatives and other approaches like community-based research, like the science shops, etc., what is existing, that we learn from each other, not only within these different, they're not that different, these approaches, they have different names, but also across countries. Yeah, so there might be a lot of learning from countries which are not now involved in these activities, and things are happening there. And I think this is what we have to look at into the future. But I took a few keywords from the presentations. I mentioned some of them: motivations and skills, procedures and routines. I think this is what you have mentioned in your keynote this morning. And I just checked the numbers of university staff in Germany, which is 850,000 all over Germany, with more than 50,000 university professors. And this is just Germany. Yeah. So and imagine what lies ahead of us if we want to work on motivation, if we want to work on skills. So it's a first step. It was a good step. We have to learn from each other. So definitely, thank you for the work you have put into it. Yeah.
Thank you, Norbert, also for pointing out that there are different developments going on, like design approaches, open science approaches, all kinds of responsible science approaches that may overlap more with citizen science than we currently consider. Yeah, it's very important in science. Barend, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just one. One addition. I really like your idea of establishing an organization, an association, a legal structure outside of the university. From our own experience as a non-for-profit organization, it makes things much easier than being embedded into an administrative structure of a big university. Yeah, so providing service to the university, this is what we also do in Bonn. But being outside gives you more flexibility, gives you more space to act.
Okay. Yeah, and one question from my side, is that then also making the ownership more shared outside the university?
Yeah,
you don't have to answer. I was just thinking.
It depends on what you intend to do. Yeah. So this is. Do you want to focus on education? Then.
I think when you want to focus on education, you need the university, and you have to be embedded into the structure of the university. Although the university can be a member of your association, that's not the question. But if you're looking more into addressing local issues, societal problems, then probably it's more flexible if you work from outside the university. And yeah, anyway.
Yeah, thank you for clarification. Any questions to Norbert? No, then we go to the very special, last but not least, guest of the panel, Ms. Barend. What did you just had an interactive workshop in the room next door?
Yeah.
Is there a prize you want to give, and who would you like to give a prize based on the workshop?
A prize?
A prize.
A prize. Sorry.
The prize is also
The first prize for the best participant in the workshop goes to. No, we had a workshop where we discussed the problem that as a little science hub you have to prove your legitimacy or your existence or your performances to this big university, and especially this vice rector that doesn't know about you. And we took that, and from that we developed a kind of doable approach of how you monitor and evaluate and present yourself by focusing on 3 aspects of being a citizen science hub. The first is just showing or following whether your internal operation services and the things you offer, how far you are in your ideas. That depends. That might be that you just have informed the people who are advising about funding initiatives whose research is also about possibilities for funding in citizen science, towards developing trainings for students, etc. But these are internal services that you provide to the university. The next part is, the second part, is to what extent you have involved people within the university, research, etc., into the citizen science activities, whether they show up in at events like this and whether they find you. And the most important part is that you also open up the walls of the university. There was a discussion because the citizen science hub that we had as a case, they got the advice to have an ultimate goal that in the end they were not needed anymore because everybody was doing citizen science. And that's not true. There's a lot of people who are doing lab science in the university and they still need a lab. And there's a lot of people doing statistics and they still need people who are doing specialized in statistics. So if citizen science becomes mainstream in the university, then they still need a citizen science hub, because somebody has to keep these doors open and has to sustain the ongoing relationship with citizen groups and where you as a university want to engage with. And this is the second level that you need to monitor. And if you have in a doable way, and so there was a good advice from people who are working organizations that they monitor not because they want to prove and to have scientific evidence that everything goes smoothly, but just because they want to have some indicators that they quickly can see whether things go okay. And they work with traffic lights and 3 indicators for the things they're doing, because they are practical. And that is an important advice. And so my advice is, I think, that if you think about these organizational things, try to learn from the outside world that organization is not a scientific project.
So it's actually 4 advices.
But at the same time, maintain very ambitious that you're part of a movement which is much bigger than you, that changes the university into something that is useful for society.
And how would you call that?
That is your dream and your ultimate objective. That you're part of that movement and that the university needs to be changed. That we have society which pays a lot to the university, and we're doing great in training people, we're doing great in writing scientific publications, we're doing not good in serving universities in serving society as universities. And we should do better.
Yes,
and one thing of doing better is that we diversify our understandings of what good science is, and that we pay much more attention in how the knowledge has impact on the people we think we might study, we might think we serve, but we do not yet.
Thank you very much, Bart. I think for 6 advices, I think one of the most important is we are part of a much bigger movement, and we should be aware of that. And citizen science is a nice important cornerstone of the bigger movement. If I understood correctly.
It's the doorstone.
The what?
I don't know how you say that. The stone which is in the door, because we open the door.
The threshold.
The threshold, yeah. No, it's not a threshold. That's the wrong.
That's the wrong word.
Yeah, you stumble over the threshold. That's the wrong word. Now we go wrong with the metaphor. Sorry.
Yeah, the wrong metaphor.
Skip this from the.
The final question to the panelists. No, do you have Uta, your famous last words.
Thank you. I'm German, so I generally still stick to instructions, which is why I was very brief in the beginning. But since all these rules have been broken, I feel free to do that as well. So I definitely didn't want to miss the chance to just commend these 2 projects on the fantastic work done. I think it's really, really incredible what you have come up with in a very structured approach and showcased it, in real life. That is to be commended, because it's that meso level at which you have worked is so important. We have, as I said, the wind with us in terms of money, in terms of policy. We've done a lot of citizen science hands-on, but we really need to work at this layer in the research institutions, of course also some other organizations. So kudos for that. And certainly, I come from, yes, please. Right, and so in that advice that you gave, in that stepwise approach, I was just struck by thinking, hang on, I've heard this before. This is what we do in citizen science. Stakeholder engagement, training, awareness raising, sustainability of the stuff you're doing. Why is it then so difficult? Why haven't we thought about this before in this way? And so once you see it all, 1 to 5, the steps, it all makes sense. And that's really important. The tools you've created for that are going to be hugely useful for people like myself and Margaret and many others. Yeah? But it shouldn't stop there. So this great initiative that you have, for example, this memorandum of collaboration, please don't just keep it to yourself. Let us share, let us learn from you from here on. Today this conference in its own right is almost, starting yet another movement, and aren't we good at that? So let's keep learning together, not just on the monitoring and evaluation, but also, how do we go through these steps? Many of us are funded from projects that really takes to pay your time. I'm sure you can find some, but I think Barend, you also alluded to this. This is yet again the labor of love. I'm sure, doing it together. We have working groups under EXA, we have set up community law practice before. As a community of citizen science practitioners, we know how to do this. We know how to collaborate and learn from practice. So I would really like to finish with an appeal to say, it's great that you have that memorandum of collaboration, but please let us in and let us learn from you as well.
It was actually a big applause to all the project members of TIME4CS and INCENTIVE. Great job. We're finally going to the wrap-up, and actually you are all going to the wrap-up. Maya?
Yeah, I was almost...
Maya's going to explain how we were going to do the wrap-up.
Yeah, because there's still a couple of things to finish up. The couches are very nice, by the way, so you'll also make use of them. We have 3. That's a lot. 3? That's a lot. So there's a visual wrap-up. There's all these very nice cartoons summing up the day. It starts on your right, it starts to your right, and it moves all the way to where Artemis is. So this is the landscape of today, and we very much would like to have you taking the routes, following them, just look closely at them. We're not going to summarize them. This is the summary of the day, but also just digest it, I guess, also for yourself. And once you're doing that, you go to your right first, and then all the way to the left. There's a whiteboard there. And very, very much would like to have you just leave in the comments and note a question over there. In your own handwriting, in your own wording, but just also like what we've heard also here from the panelists. And if it doesn't fit on that whiteboard, there's a second one also there. If once you have done this, there's drinks outside, and snacks.
Yeah, that's precondition.
That's a precondition. So, but yeah, first the whiteboard, and then the drinks, and then I guess that's with that we close, isn't it? Because we can do wrap-ups. Yeah, maybe there's some, because I feel very much also with you, Uta, like this has been final words already. That's at least how it feels to me. But Sabine is also there.
Maya, you asked me in the intermezzo to hand over the field book. And I think we didn't announce it here, but since we heard a lot of how can you share experiences, this was the one from another project called TopFit Citizen Lab, thank you for showing. And so in the box with the printed ones, there are only 50 in Dutch, the rest is all online. So this is the Dutch one that is available. There's a QR code, so it's nice to have a look. But they're working now, as we speak, on having the English version ready and putting it online. So we have the results of 11 researchers from the University of Applied Sciences and the University of Twente, so Saxion and Twente, who said, okay, not only academic papers, but we want to keep all the experience we had. And there's also, and I talked with, I don't remember, but we were talking about design research. One of the researchers was really into, from a design research point of view, build upon that and try to teach the other researchers how you do that. Well, that was already like quite difficult. She came up with the framework, another framework as well. So I think there's a lot of information in that book. As I said, it's already online in Dutch, and we will send a link, share with you the link, because that is something that we can pass on as well, outside of INCENTIVE and TIME4CS. That's what I wanted to add, so then the book can start.
And I leave it here. This is the only copy, you cannot take it. You should have a look, it's there. With that, I guess you do the tour, have drinks, snacks. We have also dinner together from 7 onwards, which is a convenient walk from here. So I propose we also go together. Some of you actually will be staying at the hotel where also the restaurant is based. So you're lucky you can also take maybe a quick break. I think that's it. Alessio, how about you? Do you also feel comfortable wrapping up this way, or is there still some final remarks also from you?
Yeah.
Do not feel pushed, but...
No. Actually, I was thinking about it. Let me stand up. Real quick. First, I would start saying, like, all of us today had the opportunity to go there, take our applause. But I think, like, an extra applause to white research guys, in particular Thomas and Artemis, but the whole team, I would say, because they've been always in the background all the time. They didn't have the chance to go on stage and take their well-deserved applause. And besides that, I was thinking, like, we always say in this bubble with projects, we end activities, meetings, and so on, saying there is still a lot of things to do, there are still a lot of needs, gaps to be filled, and so on. This time, I would like to go home the other way around. Like, there are a lot of needs, there is a lot of work to do, but probably we are still doing something. We are already doing something, right? Like, there are changes to implement in the long term, but we are already part of this change, you know? Otherwise, like, we still have needs, but we are already doing something. Like, you know, I'm not from the research world at all. I'm a project manager, I write proposals and I run projects, and that's it, let's say. And you see already from the commission, like the commission is not there like giving us money to do whatever we want. So if we notice already a change regarding citizen science, we mentioned it this morning, from Horizon 2020 to Horizon Europe, it's probably because already something is happening and they know. And we are part of this, and we are already doing this. And that would be my ideal take-home message from today. You know, changing a little bit the usual take-home message, like transformation are long, and we still need to work, and so on and so forth. Yeah, we are already doing that, so let's go home happy and that's it. Yeah.